Hello, cherished viewer, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're well. Excellent, excellent. Here, hang on, I had a bit I wanted to do. Let me see if I can do it before people start showing up in chat. Hi, RV. Pretend you didn't see me, hang on. Alright, we all excited for some Phoenix Wright today? I'm so glad you're here with me, viewer, as ever. Hi, Brems, how's it going? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Sarah's Hawk. Very froge to you too. Yeah, I'm super excited. We're gonna do like a bunch of silly voices today. Man, did I really drink this much of my water bottle since I filled it up already? That's a shame. Who did what? I thought the activity feed changed. Hi, Maddox Kent, how's it going? There we go. Sorry, now everything that should be visible on stream is visible. I know it was really hard for you guys not to be able to see the donation goal. I know that really affected the extent to which you were able to engage with the stream. So I'm glad I was able to remedy that for you. Oh no, Maddox, am I not visible on stream? I'm so sorry. Okay, there we go. I had my ghost filter active. I was spending the time between noon and 12:15 setting up new shit over here because I changed the camera angle. I'm reorienting all my shit in anticipation of the future layout with the future bigger desk and everything. And part of that has been fine-tuning the camera angle. I noticed, especially with Phoenix Wright, because I'm always reading dialogues at the bottom of the screen, I'm like this all the time, which I don't think is an especially flattering angle for my face. So I tilted the camera up a bit and like jammed it as far down as it'll go against the monitor, and then just cropped myself out the bottom. So ignore this. I mean, this will be gone soon enough, but it will be replaced by a mic in frame. Yeah, new feng shui. Whole new vibe I'm going for. There's actually a drafting table here. That's why my arm is being cut off here. That's not the edge of the green screen. That's my drafting table here. I'm gonna turn off the green screen mask. First of all, you can see, is that Blahaj? Second of all, yeah, this would be my drafting table, which I've moved over here, and which juts a fair bit further out than my dresser used to, so I had to mask that out. It won't be an issue once I set up the new desk where the keyboard is now on the other side of the drafting table, and the camera is just like pointing straight out. Right now the camera's in like a corner. How is everybody? I should have asked that. Oh yeah, I wanted to clarify something that was a point of concern for me. Once I actually started stream, I realized that you can't see any part of my outfit, like, from the neck down besides the décolletage, and so you might be under the mistaken impression that I was wearing something at all dignified. I did want to clarify that it is just a bra. Without the Calvin Klein logo, it's kind of hard to tell. Oh yeah, thanks RV. I didn't send those out yet. I would have noticed. I would have noticed, RV. I was having fun with you guys. I wanted to channel Mia, as so many people do, basically daily, anytime they want bigger tits. Ooh, speaking of ghost mode. It's like one of those, I don't know, when I was a kid we had games where like there would be a trivia card and the solution would be covered in red stippling, and then you would have to take like a piece of transparent red plastic and overlay it over the stippling in order to read the solution, and that's what this reminds me of. It allows you to peer through the just visual noise of my aspect to see the Ace Attorney logo. Oh, I'm very sorry, RB. That's okay. The only thing that you were not there to do was mute me when I got too rowdy for Barry, which I did for Barry from her account. I felt bad that she was asking the mods to mute me. Excellent, Jolton Soter. Welcome. Yeah, I felt bad for Barry because she was asking mods to mute me, but there were apparently no mods there to do so. So I just logged into chat on her account and muted myself. Brems, a couple things. Really just the one thing. You need to understand that what I could see of Barry's gameplay was like 2 or 3 seconds behind where she actually was. And so my advice was on a lag, which gave her a confused impression of where to jump off the bridge. That being said, I did tell Barry to kill the pyromancer and rest at the bonfire, and she did not rest at the bonfire, which is why she ended up all the way back at Sens when she died in the catacombs. Just saying. I can't mute myself, Saris. I'm not a mod on her channel. Personally, I think that's a misstep. I think that she could probably use me as a mod, and that I can be trusted with that power. But she has repeatedly unmodded me after I have gone in on her account and made myself a mod, so. I feel like my eyebrows are uneven. There we go. No, I did not give her bow only tips. I'm also not convinced that bow only could work. No, 20 yards. I mean, Barry has enough trouble remembering her own password. She wouldn't change the password. Because to be clear, I don't know her password. It's just that I used to be logged onto her account. Why the fuck am I logged into her Twitch? Oh, because I used to stream from her Twitch, right. I was streaming, back when I was still streaming from her channel, I would need access to her Twitch to change the donate link under the stream to my donate link instead of her donate link. And yeah, she just never revoked that permission. So, 20 yards, hello. It's good to see you. Let me reduce the price of the Ahegao accordingly. Bring it down to 17,013. Didn't somebody learn what the Ahegao was for the first fucking time last time I did it on one of these Phoenix Wright streams? That's phenomenal to me. That somebody who is active on the internet in the year 2023 can be unfamiliar with the Ahegao. Well, sure, certainly on Twitch. Like, you haven't seen the hoodie? Saris with the Ahegao redactions. Strongba de girl, like Samba de amigo. I'm gonna drink through all my lime juice water before I get started. I am streaming. You might notice increased ambient noise. If so, that's because I'm streaming with my bedroom door open. You might be able to hear the air conditioner running in the living room. And that is because my roommate is not here, meaning that if I close the door, the cat will get very, very lonely and upset, and she will screech horribly, and it will disrupt stream. As an added bonus to keeping the door open to help prevent that, I get a little bit of air conditioning and airflow from the living room, so that'll be nice. I still don't have the good mic to run the air conditioner here, although I should be able to order it soon as I get rent paid. They take a while to take that out of my account. As soon as they do, I use the rest of the money in my checking to pay off my credit card bill, and then I can buy the mic. The life of a streamer. Anyway, how many additional Ahegao reductions did we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Holy shit. 15, 16. Okay, 16 in addition to 20 yards, initial 4. Bringing the price down to sub 17,000. It's finally happening. 16,997. 2023 is gonna be our year. Of course, if somebody redeemed the voicemail green text and then used the devil's bargain to be able to redeem it again, then, or just use the devil's bargain to start out with, to reduce the price, to get it into the range where they could redeem it, then the price of the Ahega would further increase. That dynamic, the push and pull of that dynamic is really sort of central to the atmosphere that I want to induce here. All right, I suppose I might as well start streaming. Which means diminishing the volume of the good Phoenix Wright music, increasing the volume of the bad Phoenix Wright music. That opening chord sounded like fucking Lana Del Rey's Born to Die to me for a second. There we go. We're back at it. I'm well, playing the game, Jotun's daughter. Excuse me. Yeah, I wasn't streaming. You guys weren't actually seeing me. You were imagining, you tuned into the channel because the live announcement went up, and you were so distraught at seeing a blank screen that you hallucinated my words and actions over the preceding period. But now I am live. Hello, viewer. I hope you're doing well. It's called Farewell My Turnabout. March 21st, 11:34 a.m. I didn't read the rest of that. Ahem. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Mattengard as our client. And we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. Right, so quick recap. Last time, we were at some kind of awards show or gala for Steel Samurai and related, like, action. What do they call the, like, Power Ranger style shows where the heroes wear masks? I forget. Anyway, those guys had some sort of award show at a fancy hotel, and after the awards show, the guy who played the Jammin' Ninja, a competitor to the Nickel Samurai portrayed by Matt Ungard, Tokusatsu, thank you. I never in a million years would I have gotten that. Was murdered, and so Matt Ungard is the chief suspect. Somebody kidnapped Maya and said that Matt Ungard was innocent, and they wanted us to get him a complete acquittal or they were gonna kill her. Which is, I was thinking about this before I started streaming, because Maya is usually how we get our celebrity clients anyway. Like, she's how we got Will Powers, she's how we got Max Galactica in the last case. So you'd think, and she's a big Nickel Samurai fan, so you'd think that if that person didn't kidnap her and hold her for ransom, she probably would have insisted we defend Matt Ungard, right? It kind of seems like putting the cart before the horse there. None of my business, the killer. Oh, right, and because her being kidnapped for ransom cast doubt on Matt Ungard's innocence, we used our magical lie detector, which no attorney has ever had or deserved. You just need to defend people to the best of your ability, regardless of whether or not they committed that fucking crime. But Phoenix Wright is a moralist, and he says, I don't want to defend frankly, I don't go looking for guilty people to defend. I mean, who needs that hassle? And so he asked Matt Ungard, thank you so much, just for the 8 months. With the benefit of the Magatama, did you kill Juan Corrida? And Matt said, nah, man, I never killed anybody. And no psychic barricades appeared, indicating that he's never killed anybody. So great, there we go. Well, the trial's tomorrow. We only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. Ungard's innocence. Monsieur Ungard. That's not the only way to prove his innocence. There's so many other ways to prove his innocence. There's any number of things you can do. But yes, let's find the real killer, Phoenix.
Okay, let's start looking.
Since there were no psyche locks, then that means we can trust Mr. Ungard to be innocent.
I really feel much better knowing that. Ever since last night, I was so worried that I kept wondering, what if he is the real killer? What then?
Hey, I have something I want to ask you, Pearls.
Okay, what is it?
Why are you so interested in how Maya and I get along? I mean, she and I don't have anything special
Huh? What do you mean? But I thought you and Mystic Maya were... I've been mistaken all this time? No way.
She really wasn't kidding. Pearls actually believes Maya and I are Claire. Thank you so much for the $6.35 tip. Maybe I should have just left it alone.
Mr. Nick, stop it. Don't hide your true feelings from me.
Ow, she slapped me. This is pretty good. Have I had a chance to examine Charlie yet? No.
Oh, I'll water it.
It's okay, I already did that. You're gonna kill it.
Watering can, where are you, watering can, son?
Pearls gets too wound up if she's not doing something to distract herself. It sounds like she has an anxiety disorder. I hope Charlie can withstand Typhoon Pearls. This song kind of whips. There's a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel where the murder just happened. Crime happened at the recently completed hotel. Oh. The crime happened at the recently completed hotel in the center of town. It had the same name. That's confusing. Gatewater Imperial Hotel. Okay, excuse me. My mistake.
This is the Nickel Samurai, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Nick, please take care of Mystic Maya and be her Nickel Samurai, alright?
Totally, kid. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me.
Oh, you need to look something up in one of these law books, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, imagine that.
Which book is it? Which book do you need? I can't read those hard books, and, I can't reach them either.
It's okay, Pearls, really. I've never read a book in my life. I don't know how I passed the bar.
That's a lawyer's sacred treasure.
I probably already presented this shit to her last time.
There's still so many things in the world that I don't understand yet.
I don't think I've talked to you about Old Bag. Okay, there's so many things in this world she doesn't understand, like Old Bag. And the guy that we were just talking about, she doesn't understand. I cannot believe Lotta Hart is in 2 of the 4 fucking cases in this game. Including the first game, she is in 3 cases, which is like series regular territory. Like by the end of this game, Francisca will have only been in 3 cases. Ugh. Alright. Detention Center. March 21st, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Oh, the lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. I actually came here first. I see. But I've already told you everything I know, dude. Goddamn, dude. Fucking excellent. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was gonna confess something. I'm pretty sure that I already read this dialogue yesterday. For some reason, it was unchecked. Yes, he says, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? He points out that he was more successful than Juan Carita, the guy who got killed. So you'd think that if anybody was gonna kill anybody, Juan Carita would be killing him. Do you know about Old Bag? Dude. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the fan club president. Dude, you know what? Forget I asked. Phoenix, there's no need to mock his speech. You know? He speaks in a different sociolect from you, and that's not anything to be judgmental about. Was that the exact same dialogue as Max Galactica? Wasn't that exactly what he said for Max Galactica? Alright. I mean, we do be defending celebrities. Hotel lobby, let's go. See, it would make more sense that we would be going directly from our office to the hotel lobby if it was the hotel outside the window, but... Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without...
Good morning.
Hold on, it's you! What's going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed. Is that true? It's a bad rerun is what this is. Another steel samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely... I'll have you know I was a huge fan of Juan's. Why, oh why do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been that way. Ever since I was a little girl going to school, class hamster was fine. It was my turn to clean the cage. The other kids started calling me Queen Reaper. I swear it's what they called me. Whatever your name... What did you say? Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened. Don't push me, boy!
Mr. Deck, I couldn't hear everything she said.
Yeah, me neither, Pearls, because she was talking too fast. Ms. Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Dee-doo-doo-doo. Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. The victim. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. I forgot she had a thing for the last victim. And only recently did I finally find a star that makes this heart go doki doki again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? When you play this as a middle schooler, you don't notice all the translation artifacts, like people talking about the pounding sound of their hearts, and people saying, so cruel, ellipsis. I'd watch your words. No one's gonna get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is that matter of speaking supposed to be? And why does she never stop? You also never stop. Women these days, you don't know the meaning of the word modesty. No, I didn't get a chance to screenshot it. No. All right, hang on. Pearls, are you thirsty? Hey, you paying attention, youngins, today? All right, come on. Okay, good, the screenshot button is working. I have to screenshot the line about women not knowing the meaning of the word modesty. Women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. Okay, that should do it. We're good, thank you. I need to screenshot Old Bag being chauvinist. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready? For what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of that night. What, Juan signing autographs? The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? Are you fucking kidding me, Old Bag? You love to flap your gums, there's 4 of them? Holy fuck! The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then what murder isn't? Please don't stray onto another tangent, please. If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring this lady a present. Oh, I assume they all dissipate instantly as soon as I give her a present. Okay, well, probably something to do with Juan. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens.
I'm wondering if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere.
Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Wanna examine all this fucking food.
We ate at this table last night, didn't we? I was really happy then.
I wish I could make you show me that smile again. This sure is one luxurious hotel. Almost to the point of gaudy. Oh, that's the same dialogue from last night, Phoenix. Don't pretend like this is new. Ah, you've never heard this dialogue before, viewer.
Just reminded me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone's all right.
I heard that Very Big Circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. What the fuck is the date? I missed it. Yeah, I am an empty chair. The room just fucking reeks now. It's fucking full of flies. All right, let's see here. I still don't have any kind of autopsy. Anything to indicate the time of death. Hey pal, I'm here. Maybe it's Lana, but I hope it's me. Fucking goddamn it. Hey, you're here. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lana. Hey, Mr. Cop fella, the thief showed his face. What? Arrest him, put him on trial, find him guilty, give him the death. Lana, that's not funny. People get executed in these games all the fucking time, all right? Maya was on track to get the death penalty last time. What's wrong, Lana? Are you feeling all right? Looks here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? My Lada tone and my old bag tone are at like the same pitch, which normally isn't an issue, but now they're in the same case.
What are you looking for?
My mic is peaking. It shouldn't be. It's in the yellow. I'm looking at the monitor right now. I have a limiter on it like you have on your mic that keeps it from getting too high into the red, but I'll turn myself down a little bit to try to increase the dynamic range. All right, clavichord, thanks. Old bag is more of a Jimmy Stewart. Wow, kids today. And Lada is just like a straight up Southern accent, but they are at the same tone and they do both get frantic and scream. So, my camera, C-A-M-E-R-A. It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. I'm sure that was a lot in 2003 when we wrote this. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lotta trouble, huh? To Mr. Ungard from the Global Studios staff. It'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too. This is the same dialogue from last night, you liars. Yeah, player, examine all this shit. It's all brand new. It's not the exact same dialogue. Gist, yes. If it was 700 yen, that would be an extremely cheap camera. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see. Record companies, fan clubs, That's what I thought too, so I was a nice enough gal that lend a helping hand. Secretly, of course. All right. You're a creep. I'm not gonna examine anything more. I'm not even gonna present her any evidence. That camera would be about 1,200 now, yeah. I'm trying to get a real spency one for the stream, but that would have to be a future goal. I'm an empty chair, I'm not a lot of fan. I'm sorry, hate to say it. Also sorry for my water bottle. So you lost your camera? Ain't no ordinary camera, you buy it in a store and it's 1,600 brand new.
Huh? But didn't you just say you bought it for 700?
I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store. About 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itty bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in the face. Gave me this talking to and was real mean about it too. It all made me cry at that.
When did you lose your camera? last night after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear darling expensive sweetie.
That's what I call Barry. Lotta, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours?
I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. Like the fucking murder scene. So I don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything from my big scoop.
I wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Wasn't she taking pictures and Gumshoe was like pushing her out of the murder scene? A very expensive item valued at $1,600. It was stolen around the time of the murder. Lotta, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder.
Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. Ungard was arrested.
What were you doing here? Looks like a cheap camera? No, it's like a nice leather carrying case.
Sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever a lot of heart goes, there's a story to be found, a big scoop to be had.
A big scoop.
I told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot.
I wonder what scoop she was after this time.
Although I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here, so maybe I wasn't here the entire time.
Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop?
Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I'm gonna throw up 6 psyche locks, and you're gonna need tons of evidence to break through. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof?
What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? I was joking! I was joking! I was joking! I was joking! I was not sincere.
Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know?
Not again is right.
We've been stopped, haven't we? Ha, yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer.
I'm glad someone around here is happy. Ms. Lotta and your I rule smile. Get the fuck out of here. All right, now we have access to the hotel rooms. I'm gonna assume that Karita's hotel room is the site of the murder. It's fucking full of bears. I do not remember this. It's Bear Central. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Karita's hotel room. Okay, so the circus case was at like the very end of the year last year, so it's taken a little over 2.5 months for them to start circus shows again.
Mr. Deck, where are we?
We're in Mr. Juan Karita's room, Pearls.
Mr. Karita?
The victim, which makes this the crime scene, too.
Oh, it's you! Get the fuck out of my crime scene! What happened? The kidnapper? Has he contacted you again?
We divulged Maya's kidnapping to Gumshoe. Not yet. Probably won't until we win Mr. Ungard's acquittal.
You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there?
I just want Maya to be all right.
We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm gonna help you as much as I can, pal.
Can you do that, even if we want to look around the crime scene?
Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I mean, I let you investigate the crime scene every case, but this time, I'll even tell you everything. I'll even tell you everything I know, but you gotta keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. Got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy.
Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you.
Wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good.
Mr. Dick, I got a map.
Very true, Lucky. I was gonna say it was Gumshoe's back on the line because that's presumably where the whip strikes land. That's great, Pearls.
But Mr. Dick, I can't read what it says. I don't know my kanji yet. It's kind of a recurring theme with my character in the original Japanese, but in this version of the game, it makes me seem really dumb, because most kids can read basic words by age 8.
Guard, Karita, hotel, guide map, partial, Viola Hall, lobby, very nice. Do-do-do. What do you think about this?
There's nothing special I can tell you about this, pal.
What does he say?
Look, pal, we don't have a lot of time. Why don't you show me something more important? If Ms. Von Karma saw me here like this, I'd have to switch sides real fast. That's your present from the kidnapper, huh? While you're talking, it sends and receives radio waves. If we could trace that,
Yeah, we could use it to find out where the bad guy is.
Uses radio waves, huh?
I got it. I'll go find a radio scanner and let you borrow it, pal.
Thank you. All right, he doesn't know about Lotta's camera. He doesn't know about the map he just gave me. Swap 2 profiles. Maya's been kid. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you, Stream Elements, folks. We are still collecting donations to replace my really fucking shitty wobbly desk with a full-size one. We're more than halfway there, so I'd be very grateful if you guys could get us the rest of the way. It's part of a sweeping series of donation goals I want to do to enhance and expand the capacity of the stream. I'm very grateful for anything you'd be able to give. What are you sorry for?
I really want to help you look for her, pal.
Mr. Detective.
If anything happens, let me know, okay? I want to help in any way I can.
Thank you.
Hey, little missy. Hey, old Joe-chan. Listen good, okay?
Not a single work. Yes, Barry. It's a very. Yes, this is a small desk humiliation. Not a single work of Japanese media in translation that I've ever seen has ever translated Ojo-chan as little lady, even though little lady is a perfect lexical and thematic translation of it. Chan always gets translated as little in localizations if they're cutting out the honorifics. And Ojo-san is what you call like the young woman of the house in like a fancy family. And so Ojo-chan as little lady is absolutely perfect, especially because it's usually being said kind of chauvinistically or condescendingly by older men to younger women. Yes, Detective Gumshoe is kind of nice with it. And yet, no work I have ever seen translates it as little lady. I don't understand why.
Okay, what is it?
Don't ever pick up a whip, okay? Don't even think about it.
Yeah, you try to cut the next generation of dominatrices off of the past, Gumshoe.
Huh?
If you ever find yourself thinking you want one, try to make do.
That's not how we spell it. It's make do.
Try to make do with a good slap to the face. Got that? Slap the person in the face.
Good morning, Faith.
Promise me, okay?
Personal experience tells me Gumshoe should be careful what he wishes for.
I look good. I think I've lost some weight, pal.
It's only wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking, huh? In that case, I wishfully think I've lost some weight.
I wishfully think he might. Phoenix is so mean. What do you know about the suspect of the last case? That reminds me, I should really consume some Mio. I'm trying to lay off of it, because the caffeine is not good for my guts, but I need it. And the Mio is easier on my guts than, like, coffee is. Coffee is absolutely brutal on them.
If I had a choice, she would be number 3 on my list of people I don't want to see.
Yeah, me too, man. Because I'm in the #1 spot.
Don't get all high and mighty on me here.
I'm pretty sure it's make do. Make do. Is it make do or make do? Yeah, no, it's do.
You've taken a tumble into second place, pal.
Huh? Really? Then who's in first?
Ms. Von Karma's miles and miles ahead of you in this race. She's really scary right now. Ms. Von Karma, you really don't.
He's so scared of her that he's whispering now. I didn't say that, Barry.
I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know who won Karina and Madagana are.
Can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess.
They even debuted around the same time. So there's real fiery rivalry with each other. Kinda like you and me, pal.
I never knew he thought of me as a rival.
I thought she was an alien from outer space.
Yeah, probably because she's wearing that strange helmet.
Nah, because she's really fucking ugly. Nah, even with the helmet off, I thought she was an alien, pal.
I think that's probably best kept to yourself, you know what I mean? Maddox, make you, Ken. Thank you for the $5 donation. All right, enough evidence. Let's have a oh wait, no, let's not have a conversation. I need to check this shit out. That's right, I'm an empty chair. They got What would it be? Glute reduction? At the same time. If they ever start offering glute reduction surgery, I'm gonna fucking go on a hunger strike.
Boy, there are a lot of bears.
Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There's even a few in the trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems, Growl. I'm not even in this fucking case. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me.
What's wrong, Mr. Neck?
He's not even in this fucking case. Fuck off, Mo. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, she's so big. I forgot how big I made her because I was replacing Mo's sprite with hers. Let's just get her in the corner. My constant companion. Yeah, there we go.
It's so messy here.
Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it.
There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before, Faith. Hey, Mr. Neck, tell me what they are, pretty please.
Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. She didn't know what a watch was.
I know what a watch is.
Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking to Pearls, not Maya. She's really dumb. It's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's his clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator.
Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Karina?
I mean, I do too, honestly. I also overpack constantly. Oh, is there a second? Yes, there's a second half to this room. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was gonna say, there's not really any murder evidence here.
So that's a bed, right?
Okay, this makes no sense in translation that she would not know what a fucking bed is. Yup, it's big, but it's a bed.
Ah, Mr. Neck, it's so soft.
Big beds must be a rarity for her. Yeah, because she sleeps on tatami. It looks like Mr. Kurita had dinner last night.
This bottle, it's tomato juice.
We had a lot of food at the award. Not champagne, of course. Don't be misled by the shape of that glass in the background by the mirror. Not champagne. Tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the awards show last night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Boom, 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 boom. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. It's exactly like my room. Wow. Fuck. Yeah. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurita fought his assailant.
What are these bits of glass from?
A flower vase, maybe? There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are.
You don't know much about flowers, do you, Mr. Neck?
It's a beautiful wine glass. If you... Whoa! Ah! If you can say the word wine... If you could say wine glass, why couldn't you say wine bottle in the last case? Why'd you have to make it orange juice? They never talked about anyone drinking from it. Oh my god. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it.
Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much.
There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. They can speak about wine, but just is having the wine bottle in the circus case any more like they never talk about anybody drinking orange juice from it. Nobody ever says, "Ah, that's my bottle of orange juice. I love drinking orange juice."
Doesn't it seem weird?
What seems weird?
I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor.
The murderer took a sweet draft of TJ before leaving the murder scene. She's right, the flower was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Hang on a second, I have to clear my You can clearly put tomato juice in a wine glass, but a wine bottle has wine in it. Wine glass added to the court record. It's filled with tomato juice. Is it literally called wine glass in the evidence? It is. This is like some Animal Crossing shit. How in the 1.0 version of New Horizons, there were not only no bottles or glasses to suggest alcoholic beverages, there were no bottles or glasses of any kind whatsoever. The closest thing was teacups. This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. Which, of course, for someone like me, whose chief goal in Animal Crossing was to make a bar/nightclub, very inconvenient. A guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable.
That's strange. The guitar is not here.
Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show?
But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was the Gem and Ninja's signature item.
That's true. Huh? This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid.
Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it?
It's piss. Found next to the victim, empty. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. Was it found next to the victim? I don't even see like a tape outline like they do in the movies. Phone's off the hook. There's a robot. I was gonna say robot dog. I guess it's supposed to be a robot bear. Boombox is not examinable. The back room is all just one examinable object. Okay, Gumshoe. Let's have an earnest discussion as between men. Don't you fucking have a psyche lock? Do you know what was the cause of death?
Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but...
They do in this game, Faith. I don't know if they actually do. I mean, they don't tape or chalk body outlines in American investigations in real life.
One look at the victim should tell you, pal.
It should? He was beheaded.
Yeah, here's a picture.
Hello, Guam. Let's see that dead body. Holy fuck. There's a knife in his chest.
Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon.
So it's like a butter knife. So he was stabbed to death.
They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now.
There were fingerprints on the knife?
Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Regard's prints, pal.
That's bad. Real bad. Crime photo added to the court record. Why did you arrest him?
Because we had evidence on him.
Evidence?
Looks like the victim Juan Carita really put up a big fight.
Yeah, one look at the crime scene and you can tell. There's signs of a struggle everywhere.
Well, yeah. During the fight, his button came off.
Mr. Engard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught in his hakama.
That's not all.
I can't believe they kept hakama. They didn't say like costume pants. They still said hakama. What?
There was a witness, pal.
A witness? Who is it?
That lady, Ms. Oldbag.
Please, anyone but her.
Prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off.
Something that's a little off, as in, is gonna talk about the wine glass?
That's for you to figure out, pal.
I think we figured it out, and I'll show him the wine glass now, and then he'll tell me. So about this wine glass.
Huh, so you noticed it, pal. Whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched.
You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe?
No, actually, Ms. Von Karma don't.
Oh shit, she's in and out of here? I should not be here. Yeah, Pearl's noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So, does that mean Ms. Von Karma's here at the hotel?
Yeah, she's around. Man, you're gonna be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here.
Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. Beep, 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 beep.
What's that beeping noise, Mr. Knack?
I've heard this sound somewhere before.
It's Ms. Von Karma.
Huh?
For some reason, when I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me.
Come to think of it, it's exactly what happened the last time.
Sorry, I gotta make myself scarce. Later, pal.
Yo! At last you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Knights. Gulp. Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? You noticed it too, huh? That wine glass is clearly suspicious because there's no wine anywhere. So you're the type to steal information from pitifully hopeless detectives? That's very dishonorable of you. Ow! Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy McTrenchcoat. Ah! I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Wah! Detective, come over here for a second. Oof. Ah. This is a hostile work environment. Textbook case, I would say. Did you just beat him into unconsciousness, ma'am? I feel better knowing at least you are man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Knight, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours. Is that all this means to you? What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin. It's their pet play name.
Yes, sir.
This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Bye. What family's honor? Your dad was a massive crook. Ow, what did she throw at me now? What is this? Ah, there we go. All right, there we go. There we go, there we go.
Well, I guess this means I gotta get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, all right?
We actually haven't been to the police office yet this episode. This game. We went there a bunch in the first game. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel. On guard's hotel room.
But where are we?
We're in Mr. Matt Guard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? Now, I do like Adrian Andrews. I think that her hairstyle here makes her look like a mom. I guess, and that might not necessarily sound inherently unappealing, so let me clarify. It makes her look like my mom. I prefer her with the short hair in Spoilers the next game. Spoilers, she comes back. Oh, you're right, it is Samus Aran, holy shit. You're Mr. Engard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How'd you know I'm his lawyer? Do you think that she is actually designed after Samus? So her name is Adrian Andrews, and her like character design gimmick is that she's supposed to be androgynous. She doesn't really look androgynous. She more just looks like an extremely hot woman. But I know that Samus was originally a new half, or at least she was joked to be a new half by the director of one of the early games. Oh, Ellen, because she's not in this game, but she's in a later Phoenix Wright game and we miss her. Yes, her clothes are painted on. Yeah, she is in the Zero suit. Be gone. You were just saying that he's your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow! It's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Engard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one stop in your mad dash, to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. Yeah, so Adrian Andrews has the added bonus of containing the name Andrew, which comes from the Greek root meaning man or male. Same root for Andreas in Greek. And the same root as in androgynous. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Deck. I'm Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. All right. She may be is she of small stature? She seems pretty tall. She's filling the majority of the frame here, Maddox Ken. Thank you for the 8 months. Ooh, she's playing on Guard's theme, too. God damn, dude, that is so fire. I really do enjoy that. What an excellent song. That's just fantastic. All right. I can't examine this big fucking fuck-off spear, really? Okay. That's the bedroom over there. That's a bed. Thank you, RB. All right.
Wow, they have really big beds here.
Indeed, well said, Pearl. Thanks, you're very observant. Okay, we can examine the sword. There's some samurai-looking, it's the clothes on the sofa here.
I think that jacket-looking thing is called a hoppy.
Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would make a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. If she wasn't fucking being held for fucking ransom, is now the time, Nick? Why, he has the exact same suitcase. It's probably Mr. Ungard's suitcase. For someone who is only going to be here for the award show, this is a lot of stuff. Looks like he has about 3 days worth of clothes in here.
Stars really are different from us, aren't they?
Boom, 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 boom. Looks like dishes left over for dinner. A dinner for 2 at that.
I'm sure they're Mr. Ungard and Ms. Andrews' plates.
Looks like they had T-bone steaks. What's with Global Studios and T-bone steaks? Check it out, I'm a lawyer. I'd like to ask you about this. I told you, I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that are of no relevance to me. Wow, it's the first time I've been shut down this badly. She 100% has psyche locks, right? We don't even need to wonder. Okay, trifling matter. You're the one taking care of the arrangements for this press conference, right? Yes, that's right.
But Mr. Ungard said he didn't know about it.
Well, he's kind of a dumb shit. Oh, I forgot about this pose. It's a cute one. What's on the card? A shell? Is that what he said?
Huh?
Actually, I didn't know all the details either. It was a request from the publicity department. All I did was help out and do what I was asked.
Oh, I see.
I wonder about that. I wouldn't take her to be the type of person who would do something without knowing the details. I mean, you've met her like 3 minutes ago, Nick, but... Okay, she doesn't know about the transceiver. Do you know about the camera? Nope. Nope. Wine glass. Do you like tomato juice, ma'am? Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Also, just you say her design isn't androgynous as if this isn't an entire genre of NB. Profiles. My assistant was kidnapped. This is not a trifling matter. Talk to me about shit. How do you feel about the cops? How do you feel about Will Powers? That's Mr. Will Powers. He's an actor contracted with Global Studios. He's a very nice man. A man with a good heart. But that's all he is and ever will be. Wow, bitch! Irk! Hidoyo! Society doesn't care about genuinely nice people, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a second, her face twisted in pain. I have a tragic backstory.
I wonder if something happened to Ms. Andrews.
Her name, at least, Barry, in a couple ways, both because it can also work as a men's name and because it contains the element meaning masculine. I'd like to ask you about this. I told you. This is the same dialogue I did last time. How about Juan? I know you know him. Did you know the victim, Mr. Kurita? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place, after all.
Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai?
Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corrida was killed. I asked to become Mr. Ungard's manager. Yeah, Lucky, that's true. He's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition. Mr. Ungard does seem like a rather weak-willed man, always doing as he's told.
He's always saying my manager, right, Mr. Nick?
She doesn't know the security lady. Do you know Francisca von Karma? You do not. Let's have some conversations. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that's correct. Then I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Ungard. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. She gets a bit more, she gets less coup and more dare in the third game, if I remember correctly. When the award show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. Ungard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Kurita. And that's when you found his body, isn't it?
You really held strong through everything.
She is much more annoying here, just for sure. I also enjoyed her in 3. Especially because I played 3 first. Which makes her design here look even weirder. And even more mom-like. She does seem to be mentally tough as nails. So, about you and... Stop right there. Stop right there. You aren't seriously going to ask how Mr. Ungard and I are related, are you? We're siblings. Sorry. I have no idea how he could chose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? I know, right, Phoenix?
Mr. Neck, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright?
Can you do a channeling Mia? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Ungard's manager. His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim Mr. Kurita have one? No, he did not. He didn't? Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios, in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. She's not my partner, she's my ward.
You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya.
Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, alright? Juice in Japanese just means any soft drink. You have any ideas in general? Yeah, I have a great one for a sitcom pilot. As to why Mr. Kurita was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Yeah, I mean, it was already clear that she was gonna... Oh, another 4, brutal! Ms. Andrews? Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation.
Is it a psyche lock, Mr. Neck?
Yep, there's getting to be more and more of these lately. I'm surprised Francisca didn't have one. I think we have enough for Old Bag now, because I think we just need to give her Juan Kurita's autograph. Wait. Uh-oh. Where's Juan Kurita's autograph? Did it land in the room? Francisca threw it at me. But, and it showed the icon, but it's not in my inventory. God damn it.
Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you?
Ah, Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time?
Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave.
Bum, bum, bum. Do I have new shit to show you? Camera?
Sorry, thanks for taking the time to take it out and show it to me.
Wine glass, tomato juice, guitar...
That guitar case, that was Juan's.
I'm guessing you've seen this case before.
It's pretty famous by now. It stands out because it holds the bright red guitar.
The bright red guitar, the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. I'm not even sure how many of these idiots are going to be witnesses once this goes to trial.
But if the guitar is so important, how could he forget it for the awards ceremony?
That does seem a little strange.
Sorry.
Okay, who should we talk about?
He debuted around the same time as Matt and everything, you know. I think I read this dialogue yesterday. Started out small. First it was singing contests, then swimming competitions, then it was bowling tournaments, and then it was who could throw the best New Year's parties. Juan was always trying to one-up Matt. But lately, those two were escalating to more and more dangerous things. I thought that no good would come of it all, so I began to worry.
Too bad Juan's story ended so soon. Thank you, Stream Elements. We are still collecting donations to replace this desk. I would love help with that.
Matt's younger than me, but you can practically see his star potential.
Yeah, Matt's 21 and Will Powers is 24. His star potential?
I got his autograph the other day.
Feels kind of wrong now, doesn't it? Xavier Renegade Angel is what it's reminding me of, our meet.
I don't care what people say. Matt didn't kill Juan. I know he didn't.
Yeah. People love to talk shit about my voices. I'd like to see somebody else do such a wide range of voices, viewer. Could you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show?
Okay.
Anyway, Xavier is what I was shooting for, so...
The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's the sequel to The Steel Samurai.
I see.
This time, there are 3 samurai brothers. Aluminium Samurai, Tin Samurai.
It's aluminum in American English, but it's funnier if I say aluminium.
And of course, the Nickel Samurai. It's a love Y in Neo Old Tokyo.
I see. A love what?
A love Y. This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time.
Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over this one girl.
Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader.
Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet times 3.
Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies.
At least they actually said office ladies this time instead of translating it as secretary.
Yes, Pearl?
What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo, does Miss Sayo fall in love?
She does, doesn't she? Well, if it's a love Y rather than a love triangle, that would suggest that she dates all 3 of them at the same time. Very good, Ellen.
Every Sunday at 8 a.m.
What a terrible time for a show. I'm gonna stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. Sunday at 8 a.m. is like when my dad used to watch Meet the Press. Come home from church and he'd be sitting in the living room in his underwear watching Meet the Press. I can't believe she's really considering it. My dad used to pull a Homer Simpson and during the summer walk around in just his underwear. That being said, in fairness to him, my mom has always had an irrational fear of air conditioners, meaning her house has only very rarely been air conditioned. So I think we can forgive him. Howdy, Ezer. So what's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like?
It started from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. The Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids.
Ezer, I like this one. It's not my favorite, but I like it.
It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but becomes a big pop star anyway.
What?
He was a really lousy ninja, absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing.
Even though my favorite game is the 3rd game, my favorite case might be Rise from the Ashes, the last case of the first Phoenix Wright game. That went on for so fucking long and made me stream for 9 hours straight and sweat through my back and leach all the dye from my lawyer outfit onto my skin. It's just got too many good characters. Yeah, the DS only one. It doesn't necessarily have my favorite like narrative progression or like chain of evidence or court system, but it has so many great characters. Angel Star and Damon Gant and who's the Jake Marshall. There we go. I couldn't remember the cowboy guy's name. Cowboy gay, appropriately enough. Yeah, Angel Star and Jake Marshall and Damon Gant is a really hard trifecta to beat. Fucking excellent. And I loved doing their voices, which is also a big part of it. Yes, Ezra, the vase part fucking sucks dick.
But boy, could he sing! With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm.
Ninja with a bright red guitar?
And then the final fight in front of his beloved Princess Misala.
What the fuck kind of name is Misala?
Jammin' versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3.
That's too bad for him.
Yeah, this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl?
What happens next? I want to know. The Jammin' Ninja, will he be able to sing? What about Princess Misala?
That's okay, Clavichord. My position is subjective. Also, oh, Rise from the Ashes also has the one freak cop who I don't like as a character, but again, I love doing his voice.
Every Sunday at 8 a.m.
But which show should I watch?
Can't believe she's really considering it. All right, I think that's everything I'm gonna get from you, Powers. Yes, Meekins, thank you. What the fuck? What? I don't remember her. Whatever. All right. Where is that autograph that Francisca threw at me? There it is. It's on the table. Okay, cool. Give me that.
Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper?
It's called an autograph.
Autograph?
That being said, I do really like this case too. Mountain Guard, and I'm just gonna say his full name. It's kind of a spoiler because he's only been introduced as the Killer so far, but Shelly the Killer are both great characters and I love doing the voices for them, so.
Autograph?
The paper's got Mr. Kurita's name written on it, so it's his autograph. Ellen, because she's from a sheltered, like, feudal Japan recreation village, so she doesn't know what a bed is, and also she's 8, so she can't read kanji.
I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never even seen writing that looks like this.
It's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here. See how it says, "To my dearest Wendy" in more normal letters here? Indeed, Alan.
This is sloppy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone.
Hold on. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. Is it even on her profile? No, she's just listed as security lady. You're supposed to have played the first game so you know her name is Wendy Oldbag, because otherwise she's just security lady. Ezra, I don't know what you could have been talking about. We already used the Psyche Lock on Matt, and it demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt that he has never killed anyone, including Juan, so... Yeah, I try to take light hand with spoilers for the current case. It's fine for previous cases. For future cases, I try to take a light hand towards them. Oh, good.
Take that!
Ba-na-na-na. What you witnessed. This should not be a Psyche Lock. This should just be I send her, or I present to her the autograph and she just tells me. This should not be a Psyche Lock. All right, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please tell us what you saw. But oh, what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you youngins' expense. I am a little devil after all. Gotta screenshot that. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? All right, I'll give you what you want.
Take that!
That's Juan's autograph.
Yes, it is.
And it even says "to my dearest Wendy" on it. That's me, right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right?
Well, it may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it.
Oh, please give it to me. Please let me have it, please.
I'm an empty chair. It's more like just a costume hero convention in general. That's a weird way to spell that. Can't just let you have it just like that.
Yes, I know. How about an exchange?
Excellent. Wow, she must really want this autograph.
My offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag ready to open up her heart. All for my dearest Juan.
Yeah, Lucky, this was not a real psyche lock. I think it's just supposed to intimidate the player. It's like, oh my god, all these people have so many psyche locks, but then old bags is not actually a problem. Autograph given to Wendy, dearest. Thank you, Karn. What you witnessed.
I feel bad for you now.
Huh?
I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room.
It's gonna be somebody in his costume again, isn't it? Like the last Steel Samurai case.
Oh no! It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet, minding my own business.
And? Did you tell that to the police?
Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it. Maybe more.
Gift certificate?
I've been recruited again for that part at the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty.
But Mr. Ungard hasn't done anything bad. Well, Pearls, let's not get ahead of ourselves. He didn't kill Juan. That doesn't mean he's never done anything bad.
I don't care about details like that. I know he did my poor dear Juan in. I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken.
A yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like.
I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it.
What did Mr. Ungard ever do to her to deserve this? He was the rival to her sweetheart. What did Mr. Ungard do to you to make you so?
You don't know. That guy, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan.
Mr. Deck. What is it?
What's a scandal?
Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Also, Ellen, Pearl is 8, so... Indeed, Robot Ghost. Welcome to this chat.
Poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress.
Mr. Deck, what do vials and vile temptress mean? Ack. How about we just listen to what Ms. Oldbag has to say for now, okay, Pearls? So, Ms. Oldbag, who is this woman you're talking about? No, Ellen, she shouldn't, but fortunately she can channel my dead 27-year-old law mentor with huge tits, and that's really a tremendous help. So, Ms. Oldbag, who is this woman you're talking about?
Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose.
His own manager? But why?
I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud.
Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Yeah, Ezra? Why do you know about that anyway, Ms. Oldbag?
I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know.
Do you have proof that Mr. Ungard did what you say he did?
Next week issue of a certain magazine says so.
Ugh, of course, a tabloid.
Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet?
Why would Ms. Oldbag have information like that? And where did she get it? Oh, fuck, seriously? Oh, Criminal Affairs Department. I could go there. I might have to. I didn't actually get any fucking evidence from Old Bag. I can go try to talk to Lotta, but I didn't actually get any evidence from Old Bag. I thought giving Old Bag the signature, I would get evidence, and I would take that to either Lotta or Adrian, and then to the other one. But she didn't give me jack fucking dick. Why is the Eeny Miny song playing on Will Powers? Will, start doing the hand thing. Alright. I miss Eeny. She should have been a recurring character instead of Lotta. That would have been a lot better. Well, because she's like an occult student, right? I'm like here studying the murder or whatever. Oh, right. You're who I'm here to talk to, Lotta. I see you and I just see like a bullfrog in the corner of my vision. Alright, let's try this. Let's save the game. Alright, let's see. I doubt I have enough evidence for this. All I have is the shit I got from Juan's room. I don't think I even got any evidence from Matt's room. Yeah, I didn't. Everything I got was from Juan's room. Big scoop. That being said, her psyche lock is only 2 locks deep as opposed to Adrian's is 4, so. Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I, for my scoop? What I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. All right then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Carita and this person? Hey, Adrian. An intelligent woman who seems to have it all together. She's 23. She's his manager and she's 23.
Take that!
This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Mountain Guard's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager, caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin... Indeed, Faith, the Jammin Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah, you gotta have that... What's it? News sauce? What the fuck? Oh. But Southern accents, sauce and source don't sound anything alike. They do in New England accents, sauce. They don't sound anything alike in Southern accents. Sauce versus source. They're fucking, all right. That's it. Show me something that shows that Walt had something with Miss Andrews. I don't have anything like that, even remotely. Okay, bye. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Yeah, indeed, Jess. I mean, it is exaggerated enough for her to be faking it. Alright. All these idiots and all their theme songs. March 21st, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Look, it's the Babes in Uniform calendar behind him. Remember that from last time?
It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Great, now even Pearls is calling him Scruffy. Thanks, Francisca. They said something about an investigation briefing earlier, right? Why don't we come back and try again later when they're done?
Okay, I guess that's all we can do, right, Mr. Deck?
A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen.
What? The Hero of Heroes award ceremony? The grand prize got away from the Jammin Ninja again?
Shouldn't you be reading something more important? It's like my sister. Viewer, can you help me with something, viewer? I'm seeing something on the screen that is confusing me, viewer. Let's look at it together. What does this sign say, viewer? What's that first word on the sign, viewer? What the fuck does this say? I could be wrong. It looks like a 3-letter word. I mean, just it's hard to tell. I can perceive a sort of crossbar that might be the result of this kind of high blurring on an S. There's definitely something at the top, there's definitely something in the middle, and I can see an area that's more distinct in the middle. Sex films! That last letter looks like a fucking C or something. It doesn't look English. Sex films. All right, the consensus seems to be sex films. You think it's reversed? Robot Ghost thinks it's reversed. Intriguing theory. Hang on, how the fuck does this work? There we go. No, there we don't go. Fucking god damn it. God damn it. Okay, there we go. I don't think it's reversed. Robot Ghost. That makes less sense, because then the second word would be starting with an X. Sex films. All right, well, we know where they keep their sex films. Thank you for that.
It's kind of cute.
Oh, we're looking at the blue badger.
Mr. Nick, what's this stuffed animal's name?
That's the blue badger. Oh,
That's the blue badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's this precinct's mascot, you know.
Oh, wow.
I'll get him assigned mascot of every police station if it's the last thing I do.
I hope you succeed in your mission, sir.
right, RB, that last letter, it looks like a xi, the Greek letter. Here, I'll Google lowercase xi so you guys know what I'm talking about. Wow, it actually hella looks like a lowercase xi. Look at that. No, yeah, just they haven't done that yet. Sex films. Oh, there's another sign. What does the other sign say? That's harder to make out. It's like Qatar, it's like control CTRL something. I guess just, but the last letter looks like it's tall on top, like it's a D or an L or something. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Criminal! Yo, Ezer! You're so fucking smart! Look at you! Hey! That's using your noggin. This must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. A break and spit it out, you low-life scumbag. Oh, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, raiders! We're playing Phoenix Wright. A turkey sandwich? Don't you eat ham every day? Get sick of it or something? He must be doing image training for interrogations. Hello again, raiders. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the channel. This is a really exciting scene you've walked in on. We were trying to decipher what this said, and we determined that it was sex films. All right, let's get out of here. Maybe I might be able to talk to Matt about sorry for my water bottle, as always. I might be able to talk to Matt about Adrian. Yeah, Ellen, well, files would make sense. Files would make a lot of sense. Sex files, like the X-Files. Could be, right? Can I talk to you about Adrian now?
That's my manager. Did you meet her?
Yeah.
What do you think? Strong woman, right? And she takes good care of me.
All right, On Guard. Fucking chill out, man. You're such a mama's... Woo. Woo. All right. Okay. There we go. You think it looks more like a K than an X? Just, there aren't that many English words that are, like, English three-letter words that end in EK, like GEK. Ugh, really? I can't talk to you about your manager? And you don't have any psyche locks, you're the fucking only one. All right, I guess I have to go talk to his manager then and try to break her lock. I don't know what else I can do. Just... Yeah, she looks like my mom in like the early 90s and late 80s when she had long hair instead of the short hair that she had for the rest of her life. Yazzer? Did you try court-records.net? Phoenix Wright fan site, which I have visited since I was in middle school and which against all odds is still standing. If you go to media and then sprites, no, media locations, various background locations, boom. I'm looking at them right now, actually. I can do this. Global Studios. Here's the police station. That was a mistake. I fucked something up somehow. Oh! Hello. Goodbye. Don't do that again, Tess. Let's try that a little better this time. Okay. Here is the original background sprite. Okay, so what this is telling me is that they had to make a completely new inscription on that sign for the re-release, right? Because it's clearly not the same legend, like even remotely. Obviously this one is really low resolution. Just, it can't have been. If this was AI upscaled, it would not produce anything that looked like a letter, even remotely. Meaning they had to remake that sign. It was just kanji in the old ones. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this does look like 3 kanji. Doesn't look like any combination of letters. Does look like 3 kanji. Wolf game. Wow. Ellen, I think you might be... Yeah, and then the left one says fuckboy. I think you might be reaching there. Anyway. Bum 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 bum. Guam hurt. Sex files is a much more likely thing for it to say. Like sex crime files. It's like that SVU episode where they have the softball uniform that says sex crimes in the softball font. All right, fucking Lotta. What do we think, Adrian? Can we do anything here? She had so many psyche locks though, and I don't feel like I have any fucking evidence. I certainly don't have any more evidence than when I talked to her. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Carita murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Ngard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? Uh-oh, this dialogue is looking really familiar, suggesting that when I played this game in middle school, I went through trying to break her psyche lock very often, meaning I was typically unsuccessful. The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Carita. You were not that close. That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow, I highly doubt that. Here's your yearbook inscription. It says you were a huge slut. I don't have fucking anything. I don't have anything on her. I could talk to Lotta about Adrian? Lotta, did you take this fucking photo? I'm a journalist. I've got so much info running laps in my head, I forget things here and there. Please don't get so worked up. I didn't present any evidence to her. That's right, I didn't present any evidence to her because I didn't like talking to her and I just wanted to breeze past her. So there might be something presenting a profile or a piece of evidence to advance the plot here. Be extra tough on kids. All right. Indeed, RB. And I just bought that camera. Who did it? The thief and rascal? Please don't look straight at me while you're saying that. When I find the bugger, she's supposed to be from the US, not the UK. Went and done this, they're gonna pay with a bullet. If you do that, don't expect me to defend you. Yeah, how do you feel about all of these people?
Now that I think about it, she's with y'all today, is she? She's a spunky one. You shouldn't have been letting her out of your sight.
Now that suggests that you're not from the UK.
Who knows what she's up to now?
Like you're one to talk. Yeah, RB, I suspect the 3mm knife wound is not actually the cause of death. Also, yes, thank you, Stream Elements. We are still raising money to try to replace this really shitty wobbly desk with a bigger one and a bigger mouse pad. I'm very grateful for anything you guys are able to spare. I would like to be able to actually fit both of my monitors and the speakers on the desk.
All right. I just want to say sorry to you.
For...
Well, I really absolutely thought you were the murderer.
Ezra, thank you so much for the gift subs. Enjoy Helena, Enemy, and Schemin' Willie Beeman.
Huh? You know, last time, that thing with Maya Fey.
What? But why?
I mean, you were all worked up, you know?
Meanie. Lotta, that was very insensitive of you. Her mother has gone to jail for the rest of her life. All right. Be extra tough on kids. Will Powers, do you know anything about him? Do you know anything about yourself?
This kind of hairstyle's pretty hard to get, you know. Hard to care for, too. Just the other day, I ran my hand through my hair to fix it up, and suddenly out pops this dollar coin. That's gotta be like hitting the jackpot.
No kidding if it's a fucking dollar coin. When was the last time the US minted one of those? Even a $50. You should have just said a quarter.
Wow, that's really lucky.
Oh, no. 2000, they minted the Sacagawea dollar. All right, and that's contemporaneous with this game, so there you go. Ah, what a deep conversation that was. So she found a Sacagawea dollar in her hair.
I don't really care for them heroes or whatnot.
Oh, I see.
And shows they got for kids, those adventures are just plain old boring. Now adults, we get more caught up in messy, sticky, real situations. Even me.
Oh.
Sounds like the type's getting where I'm going with this.
Wait a second here. Don't go around getting her mixed up and things like that. I don't get where you're going with this. I'm sure that implication was clearer in the Japanese. All right.
This old granny, she kept on glaring at me with those eyes of hers, as if it's my fault.
Ellen, are those the more recent ones from like a decade after the Sacagawea ones that are shinier and have like George Washington on them?
Kept babbling about how she won't forgive people who write trash about her wand. Yeah, we sort of got into a little fight, you know.
A little fight? Knowing those two, it was probably more of a blabbering contest. My first experience with those dollar coins, Ellen, was my parents took me to a Ren fair when I was in middle school. And I bought something at some stall, and the guy gave me change in those dollar coins. And I was really excited because I was like, look, gold coins, it like enhances my immersion at the Ren fair. And my parents were pissed because they thought they'd be harder to spend.
She's got one of them personalities. I'd miss the rest of this. She's got people whipped without her whip. Haha, how's that? A pun worthy of a joke book, yeah?
Sorry, I zoned out. Me too, Phoenix.
Well, I'll forgive the wax in your ears this one to tell it to you one more time.
I agree, Ellen, yeah. We should do like Japan. Thank you, Claylome. Yeah, Ellen, we should do like Japan. They have 100 yen coins. I think in Japan, they even have 500 yen coins. I think the smallest increment that is paid in bills in Japan is the fucking 1,000 yen. Which actually means that you can carry around like a little baggie of coins and it can be useful. Also, the 5 yen coin has a little hole in the middle, so you can tie it to a string and turn it into a hypno pendulum. Probably, Ezer. I missed it again. Fuck you, Lotta. I don't care about you dumb bullshit. The first time that I encountered one of those $2 coins in Canada, I knew about the dollar coins. I didn't know about the $2 coins. Somebody gave me my change. They gave me a $2 coin and a $1 coin. I thought they were both dollar coins, so I was like, but the change is $3. And they were like, right, $3. And I was like, but I only have 2 coins. So I'd never encountered a increment of 2 currency before. Do you know anything? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. She doesn't know about fucking Adrian Andrews. Do I need to present Adrian's profile to Old Bag? God damn it, dude. What's the evidence I need? Oh, maybe if I talk to Old Bag, she'll give me the magazine. Because I can insinuate that there was something that Lotta was chasing after Adrian and Juan, but I don't have any proof that there was anything going on or that people think there was anything going on yet. I'm not familiar with that half-eagle Guam hurt. I like currency as a subject. It's interesting to me. Exactly, Brams.
Hey, that's Ms. Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little.
So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Ms. Andrews?
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now.
Okay, thank God. A rumor?
If you're interested, I'd be glad. Share what I know.
Are you a caveman now?
I'd be glad to share what I know.
Oh no. I'm sorry, Agender. He's so happy he looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. Alright. The gossip on Adrian. Dish, motherfucker. Would you mind telling me about this gossip?
So you are interested in it. I figured you would be.
Yeah.
I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too.
That's probably not usual for a celebrity. You too, huh?
Yeah, so take a look at this.
Looks like a tabloid Ms. Oldbag would read. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. All right, let's see here. Gem and Midnight Rendezvous.
To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Ms. AA. You see now, don't you?
Ms. Alcoholics Anonymous.
You can stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Carita didn't have a manager of his own. Which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA...
Adrian Andrews?
Yes, exactly. This is big news.
But seems kind of odd. That woman, Ms. Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client?
It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Two or more people.
Mr. Powers looks so happy. Pearls is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling.
Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure.
That's not quite the saying, Powers. Magazine clipping added to the court record. An article from the tabloid Gossip Land. Okay, now we can break Lotta's psyche lock, and that will hopefully give us some evidence with which to break Adrian's or unlock a new location, or unlock some more bullshit we have to show to every single NPC. Now that I come to it, I remember it being standard operating procedure for me when I was playing these games in middle school to, like, every time I got a new piece of evidence, show it to every NPC everywhere I could immediately. Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room?
I told you, didn't I, for my scoop?
What I want to know about are the details of this scoop.
That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter.
All right, then. An unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal.
Grr.
Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? I think she's not going to be a witness this time. I think this time she's just going to be a character during the investigation. That would be a relief.
This woman.
She's Adrian Andrews, Mattengard's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin' Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it?
You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers.
Yeah, how old was the Jammin' Ninja? 21, yeah. Yeah, that's par for anime ages, correct, right. She's 23. She's a very successful manager and well-known manager at 23. I mean, Francisca's 18. Back up.
Yeah, you gotta have that, what's it called, new sauce?
You mean news source?
That's it. Show me something that shows that one guy had something with Miss Andrews.
An article from the tabloid Gossipland. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous? A superstar in an ultra-hot, mega-secret love scandal? Reliable sources say that Juan Carita has been getting in close with the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Ms. A.A.
Take that!
This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Ms. A. LOL, Renee. Wow! Mr. Carita didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Ungard's manager, Adrian Andrews. She has the initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were looking around Mr. Carita's door last night. Wow! All right. Unlock successful. No healing animation because I didn't take any damage. You were looking into Mr. Carita and Ms. Andrews' affairs, weren't you?
You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching them in a secret meeting.
There's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news.
What you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof.
She does grit her teeth like a Ninja Turtle.
Well, at least I do. That's what I was doing, getting photos.
Oh.
I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story.
Wow, Lotta, nice journalistic integrity you got there.
I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know. But the paper I wrote it on, my note to myself is gone.
Your note to yourself?
It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera. They done run off together. I came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me.
Yeah, I understand.
It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now anyway? I never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me.
I'm not sure that's grammatical, even for Southern English, Lotta. You really want that? I never thought I'd see the day where someone done steal something. No, it's done stole and that's past participle. That's not grammatical at all. I've got no idea why though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Yeah, gender. Oh, you're a tabloid photographer too? Lotta's camera updated in the court record. Stolen on the night of the murder. Tabloid article about the victims in the case. That's it? No, that's all I got was an update on her camera? I didn't get any other evidence or anything? Well, maybe Gumshoe's at the police office now. Criminal affairs. Thank fucking Christ. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing.
Yeah. Oh, he's back. Look. It's the sex file. Wait, it's the sex files side.
It really does look like films.
Hey, so you came, pal?
Why the blunt greeting?
Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about.
What do you mean by that?
Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony were airtight.
But, we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. Think positive. Think of positive.
We're pretty interested in this piece of gossip ourselves.
Yeah, no, Frampus, me too. It's weird for me too. But this is like the only form that I can. It's certainly the easiest form to stream this in. Even if I emulated these games on DS, the action would be split. The gameplay would be split between the top screen and the bottom screen, meaning I would have to use one of my fucked up DS scenes that I made. For the prospect of streaming World Ends With You, which look like this. So I'm definitely grateful that there is a version of the game that just uses one screen.
We're pretty interested in this piece of gossip ourselves.
Frampus, it's still a work in progress. I'm planning on putting like a scrolling background behind the chat there, maybe making the chat text bigger as well. And then I got the two. I'm actually planning on having 3 scenes for the DS streams. This one, where both screens are the same size, for situations where they're equally relevant. Another one where the top screen is bigger, and a third where the bottom screen is bigger. MK will be getting here tonight, and I will be giving her my 3DS capture hardware that I bought. And so she will hopefully be able to install that in my 3DS. I will hopefully be able to stream World Ends With You. That's what this shit is all for. That's what all of this shit is for. There's not a single DS game that it isn't easier to stream by some other means, except for the world, other than the World Ends With You, so. Yeah, agender witchery. All right, get the hell out of here. No, my mod, MK. Emerald. The scandal with Mr. Krita, but why? Merit K does not provide tech support for my channel. We were mutuals on Twitter before Twitter went to shit, but she does not provide tech support for my channel.
Well, 2 years ago, a woman
Jesus fucking Christ!
committed suicide.
Suicide?
Her name was Celeste Impacts. I don't remember this character at all.
Also, you can't see her because of the sex files side. Let me get rid of that. Stream each DS screen on a different Twitch account.
Her name was Celeste Impacts. She was Juan Carita's manager.
The victim's manager.
But that's not all, pal.
Is she in my profile record yet? No. She was pretty. No, this is not my first playthrough. The first playthrough tag isn't up, is it? Fuck, it is. It's been up the entire time I've been fucking streaming Justice for All. I'm a jackass. Sorry.
That's not all, pal. Miss Impacts was Ms. Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Ms. Andrews everything she knows about the business from square one.
Her mentor.
A woman who was both Mr. Krita's manager and Ms. Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case?
You want to know more about her, pal?
All right, I do want to know more about her. No, just I didn't put it on purpose because I don't remember it well. I remember it pretty well. I remember who the murderers are and stuff. I don't usually remember the chain of evidence. It took me a while to remember the ludicrous way that the murder in the previous case was committed. I've already shown you. Have you seen Lotta's camera?
If I'm caught leaking info in the precinct, pal, my neck's gonna be quite a ringer. I mean my neck is a joke, but yeah, ask me about things that have to do with the case only, alright, pal?
I mean, that does have to do with the case, but whatever.
Stuff in that glass is tomato juice, pal.
Tomato juice? Excuse me.
I heard the victim really loved that stuff. Favorite drink in the world.
I have a really hard time not saying tomato juice when I'm being people who aren't Gumshoe. It was his favorite drink. First time I've heard of it. What can you tell me about this guitar case?
Oh, that? This is just what I heard, pal, but that's the Jam and Ninja's signature item.
Jenny, apparently it's not even Clamato, it's just tomato juice.
But the guitar wasn't in his hotel room.
Yeah, we looked for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring their most famous item to an award show.
I have not played the Zero Escape series, no. It's starting to sound like that red guitar is related to this case after all.
You look at this photo and you can't help it. It makes you want to say, I can't believe this is the scene of a murder.
Yeah, I know, it definitely doesn't look like one. Stabbed with a knife after a struggle? A clue is sleeping in this photo somewhere. I know it. I can see all the shit on the ground. I can see the tomato juice bottle on the table. I can see the tomato juice glass in the background. I see the knife. I can see the missing button. Brum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Oh yes, we talked about that. I showed him the newspaper clipping and then he told me about Celeste Impacts. Do I have her profile yet? You weren't giving it to me during the conversation. I don't have her profile. Interesting. Usually by the time they talk about a character this much, I've gotten a profile for them. Airtight evidence. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight?
I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces.
Two?
And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest.
Huh. It's the button that you found during your body search of Mr. Ungard.
Yup. Found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai's special pants.
And the second one is...
The knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact.
Fingerprints? Whose are they?
You didn't even have to ask, little lady. It's obvious that Matt and guards.
Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Airtight testimony. So what about this airtight testimony?
It's that old security lady, Ms. Oldbag.
I thought so.
What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal?
Well,
And I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone.
her blab knob is stuck on 10 and there's no turning it down. Trust me. Very pithy, Phoenix.
Yeah, well, Ms. Oldbag saw it all, pal.
Thank you very much, Frampus. I appreciate your compliment.
She saw Mr. On Guard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death.
No way!
She was the victim's manager, was also Ms. Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since a suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. How poetic, pal. Ow. Fuck me, I guess.
I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another.
Ms. Von Karma!
You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst.
You don't mean...
I do. Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's...
Wait, please wait, sir.
Ellen, it's a deep, gravelly New York accent that's gonna end up moving in a doctor-girlfriend direction.
If I don't get this much quiet!
If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? I'm here now. You don't know who I am, but Tess thinks she knows, which is why she's doing the voice already. That voice. Edgeworth! It's been a long time, right?
This person, this is Mr. Edgeworth?
What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Francisca. You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? I got choked on my own accent there. You soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way. Then let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I hear you're having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. They're childhood friends, Frampus, which is like borderline canonical love interests. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. Edgeworth, you can't fucking say that shit, man. Can't fucking say that shit in my hearing, Edgeworth. Now I have to screenshot you, Edgeworth. With Phoenix dating Miles and Maya dating Francisca, you've got two honorary siblings dating two honorary siblings. Oh, I see what you're going for there. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not sure that Phoenix and Maya are honorary siblings. Ellipsis. This fucking music is so over the top. Edgeworth's back! Get excited, viewer! What do you say? I have no interest in talking about useless evidence. Put a little more thought into what you show me, Phoenix Wright. Still as stuck up as ever. I'm sorry I gotta do this to you, Edgeworth, but I got stuck real bad because I didn't show Willpower's Adrian Andrews' profile, so I'm showing everybody everything from now on. I'm not gonna try to save time and think strategically. We are looking into— oh, fuck! He actually had something to say. Also, now I have Celeste Impacts and Miles Edgeworth. Maya's less a sister and more of a problems clown that occasionally channels Nick's mentor when he's lost in the sauce. Well said, Ezra.
We're looking into leads. We can only look into a few key players with our limited resources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person.
Oh, that was not actually anything useful about Maya. When he said we're looking into leads, I thought he meant about Maya's kidnapping. Sorry about my water bottle being in frame all the time. Why don't you just tell it to me straight and say, I don't have any info? Alright, you don't have anything to say about pearls. You don't have anything to say about Gumshoe. You don't have anything to say about Will Powers. You don't have anything to say about Lotta Heart.
There's an interesting rumor about this man.
I mean, the one about Ms. Andrews getting close to him? That's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it?
I don't take things at face value when there's more to be found.
Okay, Dick Brain.
While I was abroad,
Oh, so you're circumgender now?
these deplorable types of actors became popular, I take it.
Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto.
Refreshing? And what is so refreshing about a spring breeze?
Sounds like the pollen's not treating him well this year. Okay, nothing to say about Old Bag. Nothing to say about Francisca, really? Adrian?
Adrian Andrews.
Mr. Creeder, would you like to take that grass reed out of your mouth for the headshot?
No, I would not. Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within herself.
What, do you have a Magatama too, Edgeworth? A secret?
You can't help but feel that this whole case revolves around her. This woman is another key to solving this case.
You really think so?
She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's mentor.
Or manager, rather, it probably said.
And then, a few months later, Celeste Impacts died.
But her death was ruled a suicide, right?
Yes, but there's still one riddle we've yet to solved.
There's been a lot of typos in this case. A riddle.
Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it.
Suicide note that just vanished, huh? Is it gonna be written on the back of the note that Lotta lost in her fucking camera case? Let's talk about you.
We're looking into leads, but we can only look into a few key players with our limited resources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating me. I feel like I should have had different dialogue for this, but I don't.
Hey, Edgeworth, what does this sign say? Tomorrow's trial. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died.
Mr. Nick!
I never wanted to see you again!
I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year.
Are you gonna run tomorrow's trial?
You heard her, right?
Are you sure, Frampus? That's the wrong fucking thing again?
That wild mare.
Stop calling her a wild mare, you fucking freak. That's not a thing in English. It just makes you seem horny.
That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow.
What's that supposed to mean?
I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth.
The truth?
In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information.
Are you even fucking affiliated with the DA's office anymore? You have been gone for a year. What is going on inside his head?
A lot of things may have happened. However, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor.
He murdered your biological father and framed you for the killing.
And a perfect win record is proof of von Karma.
1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Wild Philly, I think, sounds even more horny. Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. Jenny Bodied, I genuinely have nightmares that I have still been on the books getting scheduled shifts at my high school job at the public library for the decade since I worked there. Like, I still have nightmares about it. I'll like show up at the public library, the old one, which has now been foreclosed, and a bigger one that complies with fire codes opened up. Show up at the old one, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm so sorry I've been gone for 10 years. I know I was supposed to be working nights this entire time. Quick, tell me, where are things shelved now? It'd be better for everyone. It would have been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. I see. Let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Why stand in court? Well, with Francisca, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time, the instant she sees me. But courtroom's not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say? To tasquete them? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Brems, I might, even if you're a prodigy, someone like you, Edgeworth. Looks like there's still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn? Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when Okay, it's not my fault for fucking up the line read. The line is insane. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Ms. Impax's death was most certainly a suicide. Of that there's no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. Suicide note? How do you know Miss Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence. However, we did find traces of ink on her right index finger. Okay. Which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high. Renee Bork, I'm here to tell you this is 100% definitely the exact same translation. I wouldn't be surprised if these typos are in the original version. But who would hide such a thing, since it's more likely that they just did a huge text dump of all the original text into the new game, rather than that they typed it all up anew. Who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself. Do I have any plans to play the great Ace Attorney games on stream? Are those the ones that are set in the past, Ezra? I'm curious about those. That being said, if I were to stream any of the 3DS titles, which I could theoretically do, both because I'm getting that 3DS capture set up and because I believe Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice are getting a compilation release with Apollo Justice, similar to this compilation release on the Switch. So I could do it. That being said, I'd be playing them for the first time on stream, which would mean a lot of bumbling and confusion and pressing on every single piece of testimony because I don't yet have a sense for where the case is going. Yeah, I think of Juan Corrida. The victim? He always, once again, just like Jake Marshall and Angel Starr being on duty in their fucking dumbass costumes in the final case of the first game, Juan Corrida still got his reed in his mouth when he finds his manager's body. It hasn't even dropped out. It's angled up, which means that he's keeping it in his mouth with his tongue. Oh, Brims, I had no idea. Okay, that makes it more likely I would stream it, definitely. He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note. But why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report. Part 1, anyway. Part 1? Suicide report added to the court record. That's probably something I can use on Adrian, like, big time. Deceased selects impacts found by Juan Carita. Was her suicide note hidden? Alright, I think that's everything I'm gonna get out of this idiot. Besides presenting him the shit that he just gave me. I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has two. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. 2 parts. What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. Edgeworth, why wouldn't you give me 2 parts immediately instead of giving me the first part and then I have to present you the first part in order to get the second part? That is fucked up. That is a fucked up chain of evidence for this game to force you through. Brems, I didn't know that that was a component of suicides. I just know that you take off your shoes inside. Second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name. It's Adrian Andrews. Oh boy! Are you guys ready to go confront Adrian about her attempted suicide? Reminds me of somebody I saw canceled on Twitter for having self-harmed. Not really the kind of thing that you want to shame someone for or publicly disseminate information about.
Ms. Andrews, what did she do?
She tried to kill herself? She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews. She has a certain secret she's always trying to hide.
A secret?
Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside. She's actually an extremely submissive woman. Ms. Andrews, dependent. Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. Bang, bang. You didn't actually give me the second half of that report, you fucking asshole. Is there dialogue about it? There's, okay, dependent nature. What's this about Ms. Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempted suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impacts. And? Jenny bodied, I did not notice a day caller. She is not wearing a day collar. Right? Oh, okay. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because, oh, speaking of subs, holy fucking shit! It's September, how have I not noticed this yet? How have I not called this out yet? I was gonna open the stream by making a joke about it being September. It's fucking September. Thank you, incidentally, Ezra, for the gift subs, it being September. So, subscriptions to the channel are much cheaper for the month of September. I still get the same amount of money from them, but you pay less. The sale comes out of Twitch's cut. So, if you would like to remain subbed to my channel for the coming months, or if you want to give out gift subs, Agender Witchery, thank you so much for the Prime sub. If you want to remain subbed to my channel for the coming months, or you want to give out gift subs, because it even applies to future subs. So like, if you subscribe for a number of months right now, you'll pay less for each of those. As opposed to if you resubscribe manually in each coming month, then you would not be paying the September price. So, yeah. Ezra, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Oh, really? Is that why she attempted suicide, Edgeworth? Thank you so much. I didn't understand that. I thought she attempted suicide because she loved life and wanted to continue living. Thanks, Edgeworth. Lost her will? But why would she... Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Impacts, was gone forever. That's why. Why would someone close to her dying cause her to attempt suicide? That would never happen.
Is this what they call following someone to the grave?
After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. At the end of stream, I will put together a timer to periodically remind you guys that it's September for the rest of the month. Please, keep me out of the dog kennel. Subscribe to the channel. I missed that dialogue. Sorry, Edgeworth. She latches on to somebody to help emotionally support her, and once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. What, did you fucking talk to her psychiatrist, Edgeworth? Seems like a violation of confidentiality here. And that's the nature of her dependency on others?
I've never seen a woman.
Ezra, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. When Celeste Impact suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then, that means her super confident attitude, it's all a facade. God forbid we spell facade with a normal English C. Absolutely not. We need the little tail on there. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Attempted suicide report added to the court record. Seems like an invasion of privacy. I'll present that to you and then I'll be on my way. I do not remember her attempting suicide. That is an aspect of the case I do not recall. Appearances can be deceiving. It's such a cliche saying, but it's cliche because it's true. Ms. Andrews, to think that behind that unwavering brave front, she's been hiding this weakness and fear. I'm afraid that when I break her psyche lock, I'm afraid that when I break her psyche lock, it's gonna go straight to the trial. So I want to present some stuff to him first. Huh?
What's wrong?
How much do you know? What do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you'll keep yourself out of my personal life. No, I would never. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to keep. Holy shit, he just scramoosed. You're in detention. Who in the world are you going to eat with? The security guard?
Mr. Deck?
This Celeste Impacts lady. Somehow I get the feeling she's a very important person in all this. Damn, he GTFO'd. I hope you won't pry into my personal business. Yeah, I was fucking her. She can't say any different because she's dead now. It's like the Columbo case where there's the insecure chess guy who loses at chess to the Russian. And then while the Russian is in a coma, he's like, just so you know, I did beat him at that chess game. All right. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, fuck, is she not here? March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, on guard's hotel room.
Oh, Miss Andrews is here. Good. But it looks like she's talking with someone.
That's Franziska von Karma.
Ms. Von Karma?
What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you?
That's you, Miss Von Karma. You're the one doing the following.
Pearls.
You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard.
Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. Beep, 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 beep.
What is that?
It's the low health alert. An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. Wow! I'm sorry, are you suggesting the bug is still on him, even though you have fired him? So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. No, son, she microchipped him. Let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Adrian Andrews and Von Karma, huh? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Did you just whip her? All right. What were those two talking about?
Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she?
Let's talk about Franziska. And then I'm gonna show you your dead mentor. I'd like to ask you about this. I told you, I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that are of no relevance to me. Okay, I thought maybe you'd have something to say about her. What do you have to say about your dead mentor? Okay, she affects ignorance, I suppose. Check this out. Psyche lock time. Let's break them. We got 4. We got 4 on the books. Bam, 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 bam. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Carita murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Pretty good, Roxy. Why are you hiding things like your attempted suicide, ma'am? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Ungard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Carita. You were not that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. Not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. I assume we're gonna start with the magazine clipping since it's the earlier and less revealing piece of evidence. You and Mr. Carita had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. I'm British, I guess. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Carita? As if there was ever such a need. I don't fucking know. Do you really still? Okay. Oh, no, that was. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. I know you had a need to get close to him, get closer for this person's sake. I guess it's her mentor instead. I was thinking that. I'm not quite sure where he's going with this. I was thinking that Ungard would make more sense. Yeah, Renee Borg. Trust me, I am one step ahead of you. Celeste impacts your mentor. If I don't fuck up again, I'll heal to full at the end of this. How do you know about Celeste? Ms. Impacts. She committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Carita's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Carita so you could find out more about her suicide. That's fucked up. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Ms. Andrews, there was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Was her suicide note hidden? Ms. Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Carita. Juan? And Ms. Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Carita. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give, however, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that the Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. You attempted suicide. I don't know why I'm throwing this in your face. It seems pretty uncouth. Ms. Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. That's so uncool, dude. Ms. Andrews, you look, oh wait, that's not Ms. Andrews. Ms. Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. Ms. Andrews, I put it to you that you hate life and want to die. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, Ellen, he is a tremendous scumbag. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie. A facade, if you will, to quote no one in particular. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend. Not on, that's not grammatical, on whom you can depend. Or alternatively, people you can depend on. That's... You were dependent on Ms. Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop. You know, something that occurs to me for no reason at all as I'm playing this is that due to financial constraints, I've not been out to eat in like a couple weeks, and as a result, I have not tasted alcohol in like 2 weeks. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Kurita of hiding Ms. Impax's note. You heard about it, thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Ms. Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Kurita dead. Hey, Loktar. Me? Ms. Impax was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? Yay, I healed a full, yay. Ellen, I refuse to answer that question on the grounds that it may serve to incriminate me. It's true. I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small, and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. Gotta screenshot that. I've pushed through all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. The slow, mournful Steel Samurai arranged. Bum, bum, ba-na-na, ba-na, da-na-na.
Ms. Andrews.
Oh, they're making the same pose. This one thing. It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret. Mine and mine alone. I'm sorry for blowing up your spot. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Ms. Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Kurita. Celeste, without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Kurita to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning.
Ellipsis.
But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. That just doesn't suit me at all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide. I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Yeah, there's no way I would bring it up in court.
Ms. Andrews?
If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner to die than live. Threatening suicide again if I tell anyone. Understood. We'll keep it a secret. Ms. Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion.
Mr. Deck, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back.
That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Ms. Andrews, what is that card you're holding? One of the rare occasions where one of the witness fidget sprites actually has evidentiary value. Huh? Oh, this. I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? Looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something clearly? Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Ungard in your capable hands. I'd like to see Mr. Ungard, if I can. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can.
What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Oh, Pearls. She looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept all day. Or she hasn't slept at all, and has been walking all over the place with me today. A diesel shot seems to me more like just a plot point, but...
What's wrong, Mr. Deck?
Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right?
Oh, no. I'm okay, really. I am fine. I really am.
You don't look fine to me. Yeah, RB, except for that very, very brief segment where we saw the game through her eyes, huh? Yeah, exactly. Fuck off, old bag. I honestly want to go to the... Oh!
There's no one here. Everyone's gone. I wonder if the three of them went to eat together.
Francisca and Edgeworth and Gumshoe? I don't think they'd ever do that. They're probably in yet another meeting. He's still not here. He already bounced. March 21st, Wright & Company Law Offices.
So, what now?
Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Ms. Andrews has a motive.
You mean Ms. Impact's suicide note?
That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Ah!
Ah, Mr. Deck, the transceiver.
Hello? Wright & Company Law Offices.
Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone.
Maya! Where's Maya?
As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time.
Phew.
Which is why, I suppose, she must be absolutely famished.
What?
So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend, at any cost. Wouldn't you agree?
Wait! Maya, let me hear her!
Very well.
Ask my
Maya, is that you?
sis. Ask my sis.
Maya! Maya! Damn it, he cut me off!
Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she?
Sis? What does she mean by that? That's not a concept with which I am familiar. Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Wow, Pearl, fucking speed channeling, huh? Took half a fucking second. Sorry. Ah! And there she is, and there she is. Mia! I have a message from Maya, so come, ask me anything you want about her. Oh, clever! Maya channels Mia, and then Mia can like gain intel on her surroundings, and then Mia can be channeled by Pearl, and then convey that information to me. Sort of a ghost relay service. Maya's situation. How's Maya? She's safe, for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. Did the kidnapper have any reaction when he walked in on his captive and she was a completely different woman? I'm glad to hear she's safe. But Mia, how'd you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. I have a message. I won't tell you what it is. Ask me about it. The kidnapper! What's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And she didn't see the face of her attacker. Right, so we saw that the kidnapper is the same mustachioed bellboy that we saw in the hotel, but that like red filter over his character portrait was supposed to indicate that he was in darkness and that Maya couldn't see him. She didn't see the face of her attacker. Arg! Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her. Date, time, location. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding the viewers. Folks, been kind of a slow day. We are still collecting donations to try to get this hunk of fucking junk out of the corner of my room and a real computer desk with stable legs and room for monitors and a keyboard and speakers and cable management underneath. Maya's in a very dark place, emotionally, on account of the kidnapping and starving. I'd be very grateful for anything you might be able to donate, viewer. I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I'm sure that's exactly what I said in the Japanese version. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. Anonymous, thank you for the donation. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't gonna kill me. I'm not gonna die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. I fucking love this song. Jenny Bodied, thank you so much for the donation. Bringing us past 600. I could really go for some jelly donuts right now. Huh? Someone dropped a card here. Kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. Maya's in a very dark place. Ignore the fluorescent light. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Is that door not locked? What's this? It feels like, oh, okay, she's not supposed to be able to see, then how did she see the, whatever. It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And these, they feel like barrels. Oh, every one full of orange juice. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. Fucking Christ's sake. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. It's extremely bright. Drat, it's locked. But the door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Ah, that's it, the shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. All right, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting or worried. Oh, that's it. I guess the entire point of that cutscene was just to establish a link between the kidnapper and the card found in Adrian's bag. I think I double save sometimes, you'll have to forgive me. Better safe than sorry. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Adrian did it! That's what it looks like. Dude, no way! That woman couldn't do anything like that! In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, all right? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. I think I might be Edgeworth, I'm not sure. No, it was Mia. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Thank you for the bwong. Whoever that came from, for some reason it didn't post in chat. There we go, RB with the bwong. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Beep, 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 beep. It's him. Good, I get to do the voice again. This is right.
Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial.
Maya, she's unharmed, right?
Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial.
Grr.
For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning.
Present? What in the world would you want to give me?
You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest. If you please.
Wait! Beep. Evil Southern gentry? I mean, he's British, Ellen. The kidnapper sent me a present? Oh, you mean in the context of the game? I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be British in the game. Oh, thanks, Ellen.
Mr. Lawyer Dude, who is that?
No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything.
Dude, did your nose just get longer? Get it? It's like Pinocchio. That was a weird thing for me to say.
The judge, it's been so long since I did his voice. Let me hydrate. Get everything flowing and lubricated.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Are the prosecution and defense ready?
Thank you, RB, so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you, I appreciate that. The defense is ready, Your Honor. It doesn't look like the prosecution's ready.
I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Ms. Von Karma?
I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor!
Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now, what is it?
Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Ms. Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Holy fuck!
What?
Shot? I don't remember this happening.
Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. If you don't mind, I popped a cap in the opposing counsel. I expect you to take full advantage of it, Mr. Wright.
His present? Ms. Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. Are you sure? Because she's lost every case she's argued against me. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. I mean, Brems, the trial would get delayed. I would say it would be a mistrial, but the trial hasn't really happened yet, so. Ms. Von Karma, is she all right?
I don't have that answer.
She's alive and in stable condition. Wait, who said that? Oh, that wasn't the bailiff. That was Edgeworth.
She's alive and in stable condition. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Ms. Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally.
Musha, 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 musha.
Ms. Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery.
Which shoulder was her dad shot him? The left, right? No, it is the right, isn't it? Because he goes with his left arm because he can't raise his right arm because of the bullet. That's so funny. It's like some Homestuck shit.
Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard.
Ellen, you mean breaking the 180-degree rule? I don't mind it. At one point, somebody in chat asked if the defense and prosecution had swapped sides.
The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer.
You think so, MK? Also, hello.
Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand.
Ellen, it might just be because I'm too used to the convention because I've been playing the game since middle school, but it's never bothered me.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Witness your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir.
Pretty good, stupid. Detective Gumshoe.
The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Now let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight.
Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth.
Turns out I'm gay. I wasn't quite sure. I thought maybe I was just extremely effete.
Bare facts of the case.
This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir.
I mean, I appreciate the difficulty involved, because if they want to show both sides, like both lawyers and the witness and the judge, they kind of have to do it from behind the witness. They could have swapped the prosecutor and defense benches around in this view, like when we're actually looking at them. Oh, but then it would still have to be flipped because we'd be looking at the court from the other angle, right? Because to keep the angle the same, we'd have to be looking at them from where the judge is, which means like the judge would either have to not be present. It's like the judge is up on a really high thing, so if we're behind that, it would block the camera.
This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Carino, was found dead in his hotel room.
Bellyaches, thank you so much for the follow.
After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder.
And I have to press all over this fucking testimony.
After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone in their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
MK, if you get here early enough in the evening, let's go out to eat. I have been trying to save money, but it's been a long time and I miss Loco Pez. Bare facts of the case. Right, okay, let's go. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony?
Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m., and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later.
And that's when the victim's body was found, correct?
Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, Detective.
The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct?
Yeah? Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? Who is this Shakespeare? She's the defendant Madame Guard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. On Guard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. And that's when she found the victim's body.
After looking, all right. Remember last case when the judge was talking about proposing to the 16-year-old? The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Carino was stabbed in the chest?
Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal.
Okay, well, I haven't been given the autopsy report, detective, so you can give that to me now if you'd like.
Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. bandana.
Oh, it was banana, I think he said.
Banana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana.
This is reminding me of like fucking King of All Cosmos dialogue. Then what about the knife?
Seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here.
Autopsy report added to the court records. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife.
At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case.
That's correct, Garrulous. That was my first thought as well. And why did you think that?
Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime.
Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that?
We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims.
Only the victims, huh?
I see. Well, so much for my theory then.
Empty. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears Corita's fingerprints.
We later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder.
You're gonna have to elaborate on that. That was the most enticing one that I wanted elaborated on at the beginning of this. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case?
The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night.
Well then, where was it?
The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir.
I'm sure there wasn't anything in it.
So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside its case?
Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar.
So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel.
Yep, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all.
Yeah, the entire fucking purpose of that entire testimony was just for me to press that one piece of dialogue, get the autopsy report, which they should have given to me in the first place, and now we move on. Hello, Model View Garrity.
I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Ungard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him.
Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. I thought I remembered Edgeworth prosecuting this case. I didn't remember that it was because Von Karma got fucking shot.
Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter.
Yes, sir. Madam Garden.
Oh, that's true. Also, if you subscribe during September and you want the value of that subscription put towards my streaming a game of your choice via the Test Custom system, it's still worth the normal amount of money because I'm still getting the normal amount of money. So I won't dock the points towards Test Custom games for subs just because you're paying less.
Matt and God and Juan Corita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button.
Thank you for giving it to me. When does discovery happen in this legal system?
It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Agad's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder.
Except the murder didn't happen with a knife.
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing.
It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir.
Knife added to the court record. Bears the victim's blood and Ungard's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Okay, that's just a contradiction.
There's this button.
That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button also, is this button also covered in blood?
Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir.
What? MK, I'm willing to bet that in the original Japanese it had the bracket, like the right angle bracket quotes around the word hakama. Jammin' Ninja's button added to the court record.
All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it?
RB, the knife, he didn't even buy the knife. It's from the fucking hotel. It has the hotel logo on it. That's the first thing I'm gonna do is save and present that when Gumshoe says he bought the knife for this murder.
Yes, it most certainly has, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright?
Huh. I'll find the hole in your argument somehow.
You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions.
Grrr. First thing I'm gonna do is save and present that knife. Bullshit, did he buy that shit for this crime? He didn't. You idiot. I'm sure they're not gonna be giving me softballs like that the entire time. That was a pretty nice one. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? Yes, Agender Witchery, the Prime sub does also count towards test custom. Yeah, MK, I was considering making an uncouth joke like that. I'm glad you made it for me.
That's right, pal. The defendant
Did not buy this knife.
Huh?
Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Huh?
It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle.
Gatewater?
Think I've heard that. I just realized Gatewater is fucking Watergate backward. That's so fucking stupid. I never noticed that, dude. No.
Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
Yeah, Gatewater Gate is what they're gonna be calling this one. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel.
Uh-oh.
Dumbass. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Except the murder knife wasn't the weapon used.
Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined.
How so?
I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this.
But I didn't know.
The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Kurita's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case,
Look, it was another T-bone steak. Sorry, I have an eyelash caught in my eye.
I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There's a knife and fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard.
You know, Edgeworth is a much more polite and even affable prosecutor than Von Karma. He says shit like, if it please the court, instead of fucking beating the judge with a whip.
Especially what was on top of his table. There's something missing. Perhaps is it a single knife?
E picky knife?
We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ungard's knife was missing. Frick. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Measure. A queer oddity, that would make sense.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning.
This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. My grinder date be like,
a murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There's quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown.
It means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Fuck, no, my evidence got trimmed down. My evidence got culled. The evidence list got fucking culled. This magazine clipping did not used to be here. Maybe it just got reorganized? I know, right, MK? Evidence not yet seen by the court. Wine glass? The wine glass, I guess. Because we've been talking about the crime scene, but nobody's mentioned... Arby, not even. Okay. Let me make sure I'm decent. Okay. I am doing my best, Suel and Mishki. That is actually true. I am wearing a bra as a top under my suit coat. I feel strongly that this is the direction women's business wear will move in the future. If Maya and Suel and Mishki are any indication.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well,
Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here,
that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
I want to try the glass, but this might also be a situation where I have to say no, I don't. There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all.
Judge, you are so fucking trigger happy. Think about all the poor souls that this motherfucker has put to death on no evidence because they had a less stick-to-itive lawyer.
However, I am giving you one chance and only one. I have a tea time I don't want to miss.
If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court?
Okay. Now this case does have a bad ending that is more special than just the not guilty verdict that other cases will show you if your health is depleted. This case has like an articulated bad ending. I don't know if you get it for failing here. I know you get it for picking a dialogue option wrong later in the case.
Take that!
This is a wine glass, is it not?
Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
Well, yes, I see your point.
However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say?
Well, yes, it is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth.
what is it, Your Honor?
Your opinion?
You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass.
What?
It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking, because in the photo of the crime scene we had the whole ass bottle of tomato juice. So we know it was poured in that room.
That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright.
Could Ms. Andrews really have set the glass down without thinking? No. If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I can, oh fuck. Phoenix, no. I had proof! They just might fall for it, if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Ms. Andrews who set the cup on the table.
You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim?
There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing.
Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it.
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice?
Then,
Of course it's been thoroughly expected. For fingerprints.
fingerprints.
There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass.
Only one? Well, whose were they?
Thank you, Stream Elements. Please, guys, my desk is so shitty. Ellen, I made that joke in the last case. My desk is so shitty. Please, I want a real one.
Well, whose were they?
They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews.
What? Wine glass updated in the court record. It's filled with tomato juice. Bears Andrew's fingerprints.
That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright?
Grr, can't believe I fell into another trap.
Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corita. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
What you just said makes a lot of sense.
Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well.
Grr.
I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover.
Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from.
Another witness?
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness.
I am super hoping, because all Lotta did was tell me about the alleged relationship between Adrian Andrews and Juan Corita. That's all she did. So I'm hoping beyond hope Lotta is not a witness in this case.
What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking?
That he doesn't want to win that bad, actually, I guess? Yep. All right, awesome. There we go.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh shit, I can hear the cat meowing. Witness, name on rat-a-tat-a-tat. Did she actually shoot him with something? Gotcha! Grr! I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, Edgy boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony.
Who knew that under that helmet was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand?
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything, even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Ms. Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat.
Woof!
Shush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please.
Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the water.
The water?
The hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Ms. Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
The Edgewater, the Gateworth?
Look, everyone's crazy over that Ungard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me, I wouldn't say anything so silly.
After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Carita. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Yeah, I'm definitely not finishing this case by the end of stream today. We only got 2 hours left, and there's so much of this case left. Absolutely not, Helena. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, man on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. I'm gonna press her when she said that it was on guard because I suspect he was in the Nickel Samurai costume, like the last Steel Samurai case.
So Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see.
Hey, Echo. Hey, sweetie. You're fucking up my lights. Brushing against them. I gotta keep my green screen lit. Oh, fuck. I lost a button from my skirt. Oh, shit. That's embarrassing. I'm gonna have to find somebody to stitch this back on for me. Hey, sweetie. Yeah, she's here just... Oh, you can see her tail! You can see her tail on the green screen! Hey, sweetie. It's so cute. She's lonely because my roommate's not here. Hey, I heard you meowsing out there. I'm not gonna pick her up for a couple reasons. First of all, because she's covered in white hair and it'll get all over my black clothes. Second of all, because she will hurt me. But rest assured, she is around. Aw, she's rubbing up against my legs. Hey, sweetie. Hey. Sometimes she likes to stand her paws up on this armrest. Maybe if I make it available to her. She's just fucking with my key light at the moment. No? You're just leaving? She's outie. Sorry.
Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
What you witnessed. Yeah, she likes to, this armrest right here, she likes to prop her front legs on it and go sniff up at me, especially when I've got my headphones on, because she thinks I don't notice her.
She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying.
That's bad for us. Really bad.
But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right?
It's because you're not the one who has to question her. Yeah, let's talk about you identifying him as on guard. You saw my client? You sure about that? Yesy! Really? Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Echo! Stop meowsing, sweetie. Come into my room. You can hang out with me. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's face. Ellen, not a redeem, because it would involve me getting scratched. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail. You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. Are you sure you're not into him? His effeminate lips, huh? He is kind of a cutie boy. I do like him. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth. His teeth were shining? Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearly. This week's pinup? I mean, what? Holy fuck. I just realized what she said. I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please state what you saw that night. What? Unguard's face is the same no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper. Did you see it?
Was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Then perhaps you'd like to point out what part of that testimony was important.
You don't really have to put it that way to get me to say.
Mr. Wright, there is something much more valuable than a person's pride, and that is time.
Please don't waste this court's precious time with worthless questions.
What? No. She only knew his face from the pinup. She didn't see his face. Oh my god. Let me try that again. I think that this is the appropriate line of questioning.
Yessie!
The person's clothes. What was the man's clothes?
What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh, yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket.
Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. But if he was wearing the racing jacket, then how did the button get on his hakama? Also, holy shit, was he actually coming out of the room then? I assumed it was just somebody in the Nickel Samurai costume.
Alright, old bag. Okay, alright. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Man.
Right.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
This time it actually was important. Because the button from the crime scene was caught in his hakama, not on his racing jacket or pants.
Then perhaps you'd like to point out what part of the testimony was important.
Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony.
I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right. Witness, please.
Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
That's much tamer than what you said the last time you talked about it, ma'am. Objection.
Objection!
Boom. Ms. Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Why is that how she counts them? No, that's really, really weird. Look. Oh, here's the Nickel Samurai picture also. I should look at that again. That's really, really weird. You'd think she'd either be counting them left to right, like American style, meaning upper left would be 1, upper right would be 2, lower right or lower left would be 3, lower right would be 4, or up to down, left or right to left, like Japanese style. So number 1 would be upper right, number 2 would be lower right, number 3 would be upper left, number 4 would be lower left. How is she counting them that this is number 2? I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this!
Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan and want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Ungard's body during a full body search.
See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Ungard.
Apologies if you hear Echo meowsing in the background. She's lonely. It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants.
See? And Ungard is the Nickel Samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Ungard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear! If I wore the trendiest dress, that made me think I was the most gorgeous woman ever, but instead I have to put up with this ridiculous looking outfit. You'd agree this outfit is hideous, right? I've got a tape recorder stuck in my chest. Let me tell you, it's heavy. So heavy, I wish we were gonna switch to CDs ages ago, but I'm keeping that dream alive for all those kids out there. I work hard with a smile on my face, don't you understand? Now take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You should take a tip or 10 from Veggie Poo. Now he's got style. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. I think I actually read all that this time.
Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw, in actuality, was not Mr. Ungard the man.
Right.
But Mr. Ungard the Nickel Samurai.
When you think about it.
Oh my god. Right, okay, that's correct. She did not see his face. I was gonna say, if she actually saw Matt coming out of his room, that's really bad. But right, it was just in the costume, like in the first case.
They're really one and the same anyway.
I knew she didn't see his fucking face. Hey, sweetie. Hey, what's up? Do you want to prop yourself up? Here. I'm not looking at her. I'm not looking at her. I wonder if she'll prop her. Hey. Hey. My scheme worked. Hey, sweetie. Hey. Yeah, you want attention. I'm sorry, I can't pamper you right now. Also, you would attack me if I pampered you for more than like 3 seconds. You might even do it right now. They're really one and the same anyway. Ms. Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy Pooh, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering.
Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Hey, sweetie pie.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw. She's camping out in the corner of my green screen at the moment. On guard, yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right, it was the Nickel Samurai I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Objection, victim was killed via strangulation, not stabbing. And then she's gonna say that she saw him carrying the spear. Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy, thinking such rude things. But the possibility extremely exists. Ah, youngins today, I told you, there's no way it was anyone else. She left again.
How do you know that?
Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago.
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Who I saw. Okay, I'm just gonna save and present the fact that he was strangled rather than stabbed on her last piece of testimony. Bum, bum. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. No, I didn't mean to press on this one. Whatever. Would you please get on with your testimony? Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this bracket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts.
Okay! You promise, right? Isn't that bribery?
Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date.
Remind me to send a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. All right, let's press on her talking about the stabbing. Fuck. There's a contradiction in testimony and sitting in plain sight. I thought it was. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, was it really the Nickel Samurai? See, no, you're not asking about the part I want you to ask about. The part I want you to ask about is the stabbing. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? Okay. I don't need to think too hard about this one. I tried not thinking too hard, and they didn't accept my objection. Nickel Samurai, convenient for him to wear the costume during the murder. I don't know. I don't know what they want. I did just present Juan's autopsy report, right? Oh! Is it that the knife has his fingerprints on it? but the Nickel Samurai costume has gloves? Is that what they fucking want? Yes. Wow. Okay, bit more of a leap than what I thought, which is that he wasn't killed by stabbing. But please take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife, big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at? I was driving at something a lot more obvious, but then the game didn't let me. That is exactly what I'm driving at.
What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving?
If Mr. Ungard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on the knife right off. Echo!
Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. Why would he do that? To incriminate himself? Right. There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show.
But you're contending that he brought the knife from his room.
Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? There is already a contradiction, because you already said that he brought the knife to his room. I know, right, Ellen? Not even your coworker, your business rival. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
What are you babbling about?
Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This knife, this was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. Very evocative metaphor, Phoenix. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame Matt Ungard. It's to frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course.
To frame?
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? I don't think so. But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Witness!
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Ungard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now! Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. All right then, who were you waiting around for then?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness?
The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe Phoenix. Maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. Ano hito. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Ms. Old Bag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Celeste Impax, who had committed suicide years before. No.
Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Ungard's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing.
Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's...
Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you...
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
I got some information, some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation, in secret, of course.
But what for?
Well, just for myself, personal reasons and all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide.
I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready! This is gonna take the wind out of you, youngins!
Are you calling the judge a youngin? Sure, we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Well, she's 8, but... Secret information.
That Ungard is one evil man! He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
No what? It's all over the tabloids already.
The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. Isn't there a saying? The truth is never pleasant.
Never heard that. Is she fucking married? I've been looking at that goddamn ring on her finger this entire case. Is she fucking married? What is she flirting with Edgeworth for?
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true? This proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
She just likes bling. She's married, but she ain't dead. That's what I like to hear. This means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine
The witness. I do enjoy that as a headcanon, Helena, that she presented Edgeworth with an engagement ring. He refused, but she's wearing her wedding band as if he accepted. Be careful. The Old Bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right, Ungard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
That sounds like a racist thing to say to me. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Fuck off, Phoenix. One evil, evil man, huh? You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it?
Phoenix thinks he's a rock star.
Manager to the stars, AA.
But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossip Land.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth.
I wouldn't fucking say that.
Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discriminate? Since when do I do anything like that?
Anyway, on guard will never get me to say touche. Thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal.
A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days?
No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Well, that Ungard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. So to do that, he sent his manager to get in close with Juan.
You don't have any proof that Mr. Ungard did any such thing. Brems, probably not.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. But now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, I wish I could do something about you.
Alrighty then, Sonny, show me what you got. You show me any proof that Ungard didn't bear any ill will towards Jean?
Did I say Jean? Juan. Sorry, wrong foreign variant of John there. Thank you, stream elements, please. Please, viewers, please, my desk sucks fucking cock. And also the lighting setup is harder with the desk in this position now since I moved the drafting table here. But when everything's moved around and the keyboard is where the desk is now, and my new desk is where the keyboard is now, yeah, Juan Hollywood, exactly, I will more easily be able to do drawing streams on my drafting table if I so desired, so that'll be something nice to look forward to. I have that ridiculous overhead webcam I engineered at Barry's. I could borrow it from her, but I could also just, oh shit. I could borrow it from her, but I could also just re-engineer it here, because if I buy a nicer camera, I'll have the spare, and I am gonna have, I use the same boom as the boom that my mic is on now, and the new mic I buy is gonna have its own different boom. And I have the tripod part that I used as well, so I can just re-engineer that stupid bullshit. Anyway, can I present evidence that Ungard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I can't prove he didn't hate him. I don't have anything to offer.
See, just as I thought. You were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Me and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles, for you anyway.
So, what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you young'uns need.
You were going to teach her a good lesson?
I was gonna spank her right across her shapely young ass. I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this.
No, stop!
Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Oh, this is top secret, you know that. Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
I'm very, very, very worried that the way out of this is that it's not true that nobody knows but you and her, because Lotta knows, and we're gonna have to fucking call in Lotta as a witness, and I really don't want that, but I'm afraid that's where this is going. Can I just present Lotta's profile? No, thank God. Okay, I have to at least read a little more before she comes up. Wait!
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill the hole into my brain, you'll never find out.
How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? I have an idea. How she might have gotten that secret piece of information. You? So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? That's true, then why do you know it, Ms. Oldbag?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it!
Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart.
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing.
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrage impressions about the relationship between the victim and Ms. Andrews.
What outrageous ideas, you say?
No, I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Aha, that's it, that's the note.
No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
Then you are the one who took Ms. Hart's note?
I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working...
Puffy-haired? Her hair isn't puffy.
She's working with that evil On Guard. She said so herself. On Guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written.
Oh, she's talking about Lotta.
Veggie Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come up with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Great pun, Edgeworth.
Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once.
She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No! If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness! You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Look at that ring, look at her wedding ring. Ms. Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. The camera again. Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like,
my sweetest $1,600 camera disappeared on me.
Why? Why? Witness!
What is it, Gramps?
if you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too.
Grr, looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
You have it on you.
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you, I fall in love, and borrow things from people.
I think our definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slide Mag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
Bailiff! Check this camera's photos, hurry! We must examine them at once.
Yes, let's.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
Was it a digital camera? How the fuck did they examine them at once if it's not a digital camera? Is it a digital camera? The last camera was analog, right?
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court.
Hey.
This is the Nickel Samurai.
Let me check it against the photo of him I have. Is the kanji on the head thing the same? Looks about the same. He doesn't have the spear. The hakama looks right. The right arm is robotic. He's wearing the glove. Okay.
See, I told you, that's the guy I saw.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter.
Lotta's photo added to the court record.
What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is...
Yeah, no, Helena, it's quite striking.
The defendant.
Brems. Oh, you're right, it is. Look at that.
How did it come to this?
Ellen, hopefully. Oh, Ellen, you're like my Mia. Brems, I forgive you for pointing that out because I know that you haven't played this game before.
I think this brings us to the end.
No, you dickhead, it didn't. Fucking every single piece of testimony cast doubt on the prosecution's framing of events. This does not bring the case to a close, not even remotely. Their case is so much shakier than when we started. How are you ready to rule in their favor?
Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
The photo really is decisive and we're done for. It doesn't show his fucking face, even remotely. There's nothing in it to show who that is. If I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. Oh wow, they don't even have you say, yes, I can point it out, or no, I can't point it out. They just, oh, yes, they do, never mind. There's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo.
I knew this was coming, Wright. Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster.
Don't know what the fuck that is or means.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
It's a type of oh, excuse me, I wasn't aware. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. Can't let this chance go by. Where the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
Ding, 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 ding.
Take that!
I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here.
What are you pointing to? His ankles?
If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't.
And what does that mean?
The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. Ungard.
What is the meaning of this?
No, Garrulus, I think you'd like that. I think Edgeworth might be infuriated, and Francisca definitely would be. It's really funny. Spoilers, kind of, for the last case of Apollo Justice. It's nothing to do with the actual details of the plot, but there's like a big reveal towards the end of the last case of Apollo Justice that, unlike every previous case, this one is going to be decided by a jury and not the judge. And the prosecutor is like shocked and infuriated by that. It's like, man, you would not survive in the US of A.
I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is.
Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Yes, Ezra, there are a lot of parallels. I think it's meant to reward a player who's played the first game and make this a little easier for them. Since it is long and a bit complex. I just hurt my gum really bad by chomping down on that cracker. Wow, holy fuck. Sorry. Jesus Christ. It stabs into the site of my former wisdom tooth. Holy fuck. Alright. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the Hakama.
His socks. You can see his socks.
Exactly. However, in this photo, I like it agender. He's a samurai. They can't pretend he's anything but a samurai. The Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his Hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Oh, and Adrian's much shorter than the defendant, isn't she? All right, I think I've turned things around for myself this time.
That's curious.
Huh? What is?
Edgeworth is unusually calm today.
That's true.
He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride.
That is not how I would characterize his conduct during this trial. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that?
I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Ungard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
Yeah, he took his Klonopin before the trial, Vertex, exactly.
I figured it would come to this.
What?
Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Ungard. In that case, who is this a photo of?
That does sound silly, Brems. Although, I don't think any of these characters show their faces. I think these are all suit actors. I don't think there are any face actors. Yeah, no, Ezra, it's not the fucking defense's fucking job. Who is this person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? I'm pretty sure there's only one thing I can do here. I feel bad doing it, which is why I'm saving.
Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think?
My fucking nose is plugged. Hang on. Yeah, why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is this person in this photograph?
Adrian Andrews.
Adrian Andrews!
If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman.
And why would you say it must be Ms. Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short. It's pearls. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night.
And how does that all add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get at a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon?
100% guarantee you, 100% guarantee you, Phoenix is going to mention her suicide attempt in court after he promised not to. 100% guarantee.
Why don't you just say what it is you want, Wright?
I have to do this now! This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Ms. Adrian Andrews of the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Ms. Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Ms. Adrian Andrews.
I would be doing that, I think, but...
A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
All right, this is it.
This is kind of bad for us.
Huh? What do you mean?
If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day.
One more day. Ah! If I don't get a verdict today, then my...
Now then, we shall set Ms. Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? Judge is about to adjourn the court. No, we have to do it today.
Now then...
Objection! Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
No, fuck you. I can't do that. We cannot hear...
That was Edgeworth, yeah. I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
Did Edgeworth get a hold it and a take that in the third game, or did they just continue to show them silently when he says those?
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing... That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Ms. Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
That was a tough line, apparently.
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ms. Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby.
She would already be on the witness list. Everybody would already know that. The judge and me would both already know that she was already on the witness list. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. That man, your childhood friends.
Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Ms. Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over.
Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Ezra, I do remember that.
The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
Was that Rise from the Ashes? Yeah, Rise from the Ashes, the evidence law. Book on evidence law. Yeah, I like Lana and Emma as well. Speaking of NPCs exclusive to Rise from the Ashes that I'm huge fans of. I really like Lana. I think the uniform does a lot for her. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Dude, I can't believe that Adrian... No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews!
She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. I know Gist, but she is until Apollo Justice.
So after the ceremony during the break, huh?
Our beat, I could never forget.
I was sleeping like a log the entire time, and she came up and pegged me.
See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama.
'Cause she was the one that came over to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her?
Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida.
But why? I thought she was buds with Juan.
She has her own agenda.
Her own agenda? What are you talking about?
I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be all right. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today.
Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. I'm good, Pixel Pixie. I'm not speedrunning this game. I'm pretty sure this case is nowhere close to over. I'm not even sure that I'm gonna beat it tomorrow, but I will of course try. Ms. Andrews depended on Ms. Impacts as her strength and reason to live. Nyuk, 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 nyuk. Nyuk, 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 nyuk. But then Ms. Impacts suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Ms. Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back.
That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Ms. Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Ms. Impacts.
It was Edgeworth.
It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court will now reconvene. I didn't read the rest of that.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Ms. Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Engard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this court is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No, I've no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland.
If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter, just between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter. Or is that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
What the fuck?
But I didn't kill him.
No one is accusing you of that.
I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
When I found the body.
It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
You poured it there?
You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing.
And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match.
Yes, I know.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of woman who's easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand?
For a second I thought I saw Echo on my couch bed back there, but no. When I found the body.
It was time for the show to start.
And what was Mr. Ungard doing at this time?
He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Weird how his hair hasn't fallen from his eye in this pose. Mr. Ungard did say he was taking a nap, and I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes?
Excuse me? It? What are you?
The costume?
Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Ms. Andrews, remove Ms. Ungard's knife from his room?
No.
Subject, verb, object. Right, did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. After that, I went to Juan's room.
What? Would I be amenable to having GeoGuessr added to the sheet? Sir, sure, on like a smaller basis, like just 1 hour, sort of similar to the Bionicle lore presentation, which incidentally I'm planning on knocking out on my birthday stream. Those of you interested in that. I wouldn't play GeoGuessr for very long because I am not likely to be good at it. I certainly would not play it for 5 hours, but I could play it for 1 hour, for example. And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Why wouldn't I press further? Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon? What are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? I'm gonna be outing you as having attempted suicide in a court of law right after you asked me not to.
So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim? Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time.
I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. Ms. Andrews, here I have a report on your suicide.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? And there was his dead body. I was in shock.
You were in shock?
What? Was I not supposed to be?
Ms. Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked.
Wow, Edgeworth, I think you're in love. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
I see.
And what I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo.
That's not technically true, because you poured the juice after you saw the photo, so I will try presenting the photo as a contradiction. Yeah, no dice. And sorry about safe scumming like this, but I fucking got a game over in the clown case because I wasn't safe scumming. This is the photo you're referring to, correct?
Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case
was like this too?
Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness?
You've poured yourself a glass of juice. Juice?
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Ms. Andrews, I'd like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Carita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct?
And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time.
Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
Yes, please, our donation goal. Please, viewer, I'm languishing. I need a real fucking desk, please, I beg of you.
What one thing?
Never mind. It's no big deal.
What was she starting to say just now? Ms. Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Ah, but the water was on top of the guitar case, meaning the guitar case was closed when you knocked the vase over and not open as it was, how you said. Her outfit sucks in this one.
A flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards.
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else.
I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. Let's save. Let's first try presenting the guitar case as evidence. There we go. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct?
Yes.
And you are sure it fell onto the guitar case?
Is there some problem with what I did?
It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Ms. Andrews, you testify that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case would have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that?
Oh, and what is wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case.
What is your point, Wright? The case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over?
Is that all? Well, doesn't the case have Carita's fingerprints on it? I guess only Carita's fingerprints. So how did it get open? It's not weird to have his fingerprints on it because it's his case. So he didn't have to be alive after the vase got knocked over, but somebody had to open it after the vase got knocked over. No, think back to what Ms. Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all.
That may very well be, however... No, it doesn't have relation to the case. Who opened it? Only the victim's fingerprints were on it, and he was dead when the vase was knocked over.
It seems there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Yes. The empty guitar case is the key to this whole case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
Huh. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you.
Can't believe I'm doing this either.
All right, I'll follow along for now. Ms. Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. You're so weak, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You're so supple and pliable. You bend so easily under pressure.
No, I didn't mean to hold it. I meant to present. You open the guitar case then?
Yes, well, maybe.
Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I think the first thing you do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was all right or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would she care about the bright red guitar?
But getting back on topic.
Objection. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case.
Why would you say that?
It's elementary, my dear. Fuck off, Phoenix. Go to hell. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. I will point out, I know this is an issue with the translation and the fact that you can fit fewer English words in a number of characters that lets you fit more Japanese words. It just says bears Kurita's fingerprints. It should say only bears Kurita's fingerprints. I remembered that from the investigation, but that really needs to be on the evidence.
What is it, Ms. Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case.
What do you mean?
What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see.
Seymour, thank you so much for the follow.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seemed the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
That doesn't make any sense, because she left fingerprints on the wine glass. Yeah, I am an empty chair. What are you gonna do? You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange?
Why is that strange?
Do you have something that would prove I was not? We just discussed it in detail. I have your proof right here, this wine glass.
The wine glass?
You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? She has extra glasses. It's chill. She's ordering in bulk from iBuyDirect, who does not sponsor me.
Order! Order! Order!
Looks like you hit the nail right on the head this time.
What do you mean?
I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here.
But it's just an empty case.
I wonder if it really was empty, though.
But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio.
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar?
Phoenix is so fucking stupid.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided...
No, Your Honor. Please recall that Ms. Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, maybe by saving the game. Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well,
Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing?
So, you intend to push your theory that this case was not empty. Is that it, Wright?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet.
Fuck. Your Honor, the guitar case must have had a tiny murderer inside. I'm gonna guess, completely baselessly, that it was the spare nickel samurai costume. Because if Matt was sleeping in his bedroom in a nickel samurai costume, but Lada took a picture of somebody leaving Juan's room in a nickel samurai costume, then had to be a second nickel samurai costume, I guess.
Look, this is a photograph.
Yes, but what's important is what is in that picture, Your Honor.
In this picture?
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is, inside the guitar case was the nickel samurai, the hero's very own costume. What a weird leap of logic. I'm sure I struggled with that as a kid.
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Right. Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
Oh, what if it's not Adrian in the photo? What if it is... Yes, she has bell bottoms on. What if it's Juan and he wore the photo and left his room for some reason? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Ms. Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Ms. Andrews?
I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. Yes, Faithfully, it was. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix.
Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places?
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
It was a spare costume, right? Because Ungard was sleeping in his. Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we're talking about was a spare one.
What?
Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 nickel samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Right, and if Juan was in the nickel samurai costume, he could have done that press conference for Matt, because Matt said he didn't know anything about the press conference, even though he was supposed to appear there in costume. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
I still don't have any evidence about the press conference, I don't think.
Surely you don't mean the victim brought this suit with him?
He probably said something along those lines. Oh, I do have something about the press conference. I have the press conference ticket. Excellent, excellent.
But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you.
Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was to appear as part of the press conference.
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference.
I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right?
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. Measure.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference.
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ungard.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure.
I know what that means. Damn, I'm dimly lit. Look at how the color of my face changes with the screen. One of my future donation goals is going to be for better lighting when we get the desk.
Miss Andrews?
I can see why you're pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up, and the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me.
We could do that, Diesel.
You?
Juan had bet everything on the Jammin Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
I can't wait to fund some Denogos!
It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
The secret is that Matt's hair is extensions. He doesn't actually have a combination comb over and mullet. He just has like a normal crew cut. What?
And do you know what the secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews?
The accent's fake. He's actually from New Jersey. That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone.
She said something about explaining it.
I've been trying to protect Matt after all.
Protect Mr. Ungard.
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Protecting Matt.
From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife, but I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit.
Horny.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling.
No, you're not!
Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite side of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. As soon as I end stream, Echo is going to come in here and start fucking with me. That is her MO, even when Cassie is here. As soon as I end stream, she recognizes that it's over and I will give her attention. Protecting Matt. Okay, you had the feeling Matt was the murderer. I'm gonna have to press on everything here. I don't really have any ideas yet. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you?
Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things? Mathemagics. Thank you so much for the follow.
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix.
They didn't teach that to us in school. In lawyer school? In law school? Are you sure about that?
May I continue now?
Do you have to go to school to be a lawyer in Japan? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. Why don't I? Don't follow your logic there. Would you say this need came from the press conference?
Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Ungard.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference.
Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
Anyway, the important thing here is that the information was not in your testimony. That's true, Seymour. Franziska, at least in Germany, who knows what the rules are in this fantasy version of Germany, became a prosecutor at 13.
Yes, I agree, Miss Andrews. Please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, aren't we, Mr. Wright?
I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally?
Why do you ask?
You were the one who helped Mr. Krita with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out.
The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern.
Yes, it is, because it displays contradictory motives. She wants to help Matt by obscuring his role in the murder, or does she want to take him down by participating in the press conference?
In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself? You didn't. He is doing it to you.
Didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder.
But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ungard?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews said. I can't say the same for some people here in the courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia.
He's glaring at you, smart guy.
Evidence, the button and the knife. You could hardly call the knife decisive evidence. What about the button? How does she know the button? The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage.
Then what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and the murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony.
I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
Thank goodness Mia can still look at me.
With an icy stare, yes.
Ms. Andrews, please amend your testimony or something.
That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt.
Okay. I'm gonna press this last piece of dialogue. I should press the torn off him during the fight thing as well. Oh, but isn't the knife stabbed where the button used to be? Kind of, huh? I don't think this necessarily precludes its being removed before the stabbing, or after the stabbing rather, whatever. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it?
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. I don't know about egg slut acreodity. Ms. Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness.
As I expected, Ms. Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid.
Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more.
You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk.
Got it, Chief. I'm gonna pin you down this time, Ms. Andrews.
Button was torn off Juan during the fight. How do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard.
I've heard that before too. Why would Ms. Andrews know about this case down to such fine detail?
Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not.
I thought I had her for sure this time. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? No, I didn't mean to hold it. No. I'm gonna skip through so much dialogue. There's so much dialogue with the pressing and then the end of cross-examination dialogue as well. One wrong button press and we gotta spend so much time going through this. See, left bumper is the button to move back and forth between multi-screen rooms during the investigation phase. And so I think of left bumper as like a go back to the left button, but... I'll try presenting the photo. Nope. Let's try that again.
Button was torn off during the fight.
It's covered in blood. Nope.
Button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt.
Oh, god damn it. I didn't mean to fucking... Here. Alright, let me see here. Here's the Nickel Samurai. Hotel guide map, wine glass, button. Can't be the knife. Is it that it's not visible in the Hakama in this picture? No. It was really kind of them to include this audio cue, so I know immediately when I fucked up. Not the knife either. Huh. I'm gonna try pressing everything again from the beginning to see if it reveals anything new. Yeah, you need 3 things. You need the evidence. Know what his motive was, but don't have any way to say you're right. I gotta look real close at the evidence. Didn't have an alibi of what he was doing at the time of the murder. We talked about this, but not before I unlocked that later piece of testimony. Button was torn off. We did do this one already. Matt's manager, so you wanted to protect him. Alright. Time to look closely at the evidence. Alright, what does she actually say? I don't know what his motive was. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any proof. And he didn't have an alibi, and the button was torn off during the fight. Okay. No proof for his motive, so something about his motive? Or something about where he was during that time, or something about the fight / button. Yeah, there's the Nickel Samurai, alright. Lana's camera. I know, right, Seymour? An article from the tabloid Gossip Land. Map of the Gatewater Hotel. Guitar case. After the strangling Brems. I could try presenting the autopsy report here. That is it, okay. This is the victim's autopsy report. I think that it's getting at the same thing that all my previous pieces of evidence were getting at, which is that he was already dead when the button was taken off of him. The autopsy report is kind of a weird avenue to take there, but clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? Right, like that's why I presented the button, that's why I presented the photo of his body, that's why I presented the knife. All of these to indicate that he was stabbed after the strangling, but no, autopsy report. After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Right, Brems, that's why I presented the button. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Ms. Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body.
Order! What is the meaning?
What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it?
To pin the crime on Ungal. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Ungal. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Ungard was set up. By the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Finally. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point.
Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end.
The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Ungard, is... I missed that R-beat. Ms. Adrian Andrews. I choose you. Go. You are Mr. Karita's killer. What?
Order! Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Ms. Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Oh, I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Backup glasses. How many pairs of glasses has she gone through? She's on her third right now. Let's keep track. What about the button that was found in Matt's hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. All right, this is pair of glasses number 4. The only person who could have put this button in Mr. Ungard's hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Ms. Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Ms. Andrews. Wow, how sultry! As she puts on the Nickel Samurai costume. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No,
But Ms. Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Ms. Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. All right, so that's the 4th pair destroyed, so she's gonna be on 5 now. And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this Nickel Samurai is Mr. Ungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it were him. Okay, she's on pair number 5. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Ms. Andrews? I've got her this time. Hi, Kringus.
Ms. Andrews?
I refuse to testify. What was that? Damn, they can do that in this court system? Why haven't people been doing that this entire time? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Ms. Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
The kind of thing that she would consult with her attorney about if people actually talked to attorneys when they were accused of crimes. Phoenix, you dumb fuck. You did not go to law school. Kringus, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. I thought to do it on the spot earlier. Thank you very, very much for the donation, Kringus. I'm very grateful. We could get over 625 by the end of stream. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ungard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright. Yeah, she got shot, so she's not here. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Ms. Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. There's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done.
What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Ms. Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corita.
Edgeworth is banking on my being unwilling to reveal her suicide attempt. Well, Edgeworth, I got bad news for you.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corita?
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
You're not allowed to think so. You have to make that determination based on the existing evidence.
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do?
Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation.
Mia never has anything helpful to say.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
But that's not true!
In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow? We don't have it tomorrow! If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor! That's not necessary! The trial... Please continue the trial!
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it! This isn't about that. Yeah, this isn't about who's getting one more day to live, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is!
Please,
let the trial continue! If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... Oh, does Edgeworth not fucking know that Maya's being held hostage? Have we not shared that with him?
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you?
That seems like a fatal flaw in the reasoning, just... Really, neither Gumshoe nor Phoenix told him?
It's true Ms. Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Now, that is true.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Ms. Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually, when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to say that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect.
Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Indeed, Faith. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he a friend or a foe? I just don't know.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Ms. Andrews, if you please.
When I found the body. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice.
Right, just it doesn't really track.
When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
I am guessing I'm presenting the photo of his body when she says it didn't occur to her that he was dead.
Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial.
I told her not to do that. I thought we would get a conviction. Yay, perfect victory.
Phoenix, please be careful here.
Francisca, I would find Francisca a lot more endearing if she had more teen TikTok her about her, as opposed to, she's just like a stern German dominatrix. She wants to get the conviction. Hi, Legendary Frank. If she was a little flashier like that, but I guess that's Claver's MO, right? I need to save my flashy teen German thinkfluencer voice for Apologestus.
Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left.
I know. Edgeworth, what is going on in that brain of yours? Diesel, you are putting words into my mouth. You are forming your own conclusions independent of my testimony. I skipped the judge's dialogue. Yeah, basically, Brems. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Are you sure about that? Hey, MK. Yeah, nice of you to join us. I was waiting for you to say something about her. Objection. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him?
No, not at all.
Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Did she not have her glasses or something? Adrian Andrews is a C-tier character according to Legendary Frank. I like her.
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Karita's chest. Don't worry, Legendary Frank, I forgive you. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that there was a dead man. That here was a dead man, Phoenix? Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Your point is?
Ms. Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. There still isn't any evidence to implicate her. Okay, that's her 5th pair of glasses that's broken. She's on her 6th. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. No! You know, Phoenix, she's suicidal. You maybe shouldn't have.
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong. This is the 2nd fake finale. No, the 3rd fake finale they've done this court session. I am reasonably sure this is another fake finale, and Edgeworth is gonna say something.
Miss Andrews, try and have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you're the one who refused to testify. And your reason for— Matt hasn't testified. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because—
Ms. Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Mattengard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix?
Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt, because this is a video game and a work of fiction, and not real life where no one would ever do that ever. I live in Columbo land. Usually the real killer just up and confesses without even the benefit of counsel. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Yeah, Phoenix, that makes every preceding case weird. That does not make this case weird.
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Mattengard.
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be very premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
Damn, did you see Edgeworth's ass kind of popping in the distance shot?
The absolute real truth? What are you?
Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Mattengard will go free, and in his place,
You will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you.
what?
I was told if I spoke that it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared.
It's Francisca.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh?
Don't you remember, Phoenix? Ms. Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another.
Wow, how poetic, Mia.
Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself.
Then right now, Ms. Andrews is...
Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Ms. Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Mattengard will be acquitted. Ms. Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them.
Wow, MK? Looks like you and Adrian actually have a certain amount in common. With the glasses and the hair over one part of the face and being a shameless Von Karma simp. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Yeah, Adrian's just really impressionable to attractive women. But Ms. Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone help me.
Mr. Wright.
I think this might be where I got the bad ending the first time I played this. Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right?
Come now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I think this is where I got the bad ending. I'll show you guys. No matter what she says, Ms. Andrews is the only person it could be. Not to mention, I don't have a choice. I have to win a complete acquittal today. Your Honor, the defense believes there is enough evidence to substantiate our claim. Therefore, we motion that this court passes a verdict of not guilty as soon as possible.
I'm disappointed in you, Wright. What have you learned in this past year?
That's enough. My ship sails in the morning. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong.
What a shame. I'd hoped things wouldn't come to this, however.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ms. Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
I wasn't the one who told the court about her suicide attempt. I'm not gonna be the one who did it. I promised I wouldn't do it, and I'm not doing it. Yeah, I have an empty chair. Interesting ad lib.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
What?
And because of this illness, she has tried to...
Wow! It wasn't me! It wasn't me this time. It wasn't me leaking confidential information to the court this time. It wasn't me. It was not me. It was Edgeworth this time. Sorry, I did not break my promise to Adrian Andrews. Yeah, Brems. He could say, Your Honor, a sidebar, and then they could go off to the side, and he could share this information with him. And because of, or at least in American courts, because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop, please stop. Nobody comes out of this case looking good.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the...
Fucking hell! Oh my god! Oh my god, Edgeworth! Holy Christ! Fucking hell! What an ass!
The true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
Secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop! I beg you. If people find out,
I'll... What? Kill yourself again? I'd like to see that. If you're going to say you would choose death, that...
I'm gonna cry. I'm actually tearing up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Oh my god. I don't want my mascara and eyeliner to run. Hi, Practical Aviation Cat. Welcome. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. He's like a fucking 4chan troll. Or I guess now just a Twitter one, unfortunately. Jesus Christ, man. Holy shit.
If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
Edgeworth. Samwina.
However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. Holy Christ! No matter what I have to do.
Yeah, he went on that trip around the world to rediscover himself and why he wanted to be a prosecutor, and he discovered that it was to re-traumatize already emotionally fragile people.
So will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me.
No, this isn't the bad ending. I'll talk, but please help me. Damn, this trial is going the fuck on, dude. I thought at least I was gonna end with this period of the trial today. I'm already at 5 hours. Nothing matters anymore. Jesus. How long is this gonna go for? When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. Then I realized he was dead. That was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
Stabbed the body with the knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth.
The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like Oh! Christopher Bird, she does look like Samus. Last time. So maybe he really did hook up with her dead mentor. Holy shit.
So, Ms. Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Carita in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Ungard for the murder.
And this is her crime.
Mission. What? Oh, I forgot to look at Edgeworth's ass again. How's this possible? I mean, wasn't Ms. Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
Bum bum. I really thought he had fainted honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Made sure there was no one in the hallway, made a dash back to Matt's room. I think I'm gonna have to press on everything, even though it's gonna take a long ass time and I'm already over. Ah, damn, practical aviation cat. But you couldn't tell from the state the room was in. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Okay. A queer oddity, the inconvenience was Lada with her camera in the hallway. Also, thank you, I am going late today, so if you'd like to take pity on me, viewer, and donate to the stream to help me afford a desk actually big enough for both monitors and the speakers and my keyboard and the better lighting setup that I want to get next, I'd be very, very grateful. Thank you. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. Aw, poor Adrian. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was gonna expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. Wow, premeditation, if ever I heard it.
So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button.
The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. Thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. I know, right, RV? And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. We've all been there, sister. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect.
So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ungard's hakama?
Yes, that's what I had planned to do. Things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience, meaning Lada. An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lada. What are you, fucking Sonic the Hedgehog, you dork? There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Ms. Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That I don't know. Anyway, that he's evil. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button?
Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word! What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth is a... The hakama are the big samurai pants, Crisper Bird. It's been covered a lot in this case, but if you've not been watching, it's okay. The big samurai pants here. That's the hakama. The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? I'm glad someone busted a cap in her. Wait, I missed the dialogue. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor! The defense still...
Right.
It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Ms. Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Ms. Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
Did I say a West? I'm sorry.
Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
And Maya was never seen again. Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal.
Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth?
What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it?
Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day.
The room? That day?
Yes.
Oh my god. Woman! I found this card when I discovered Juan's body.
It was lying there right next to him. You found the card next to the victim's body? Yeah, just... I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why.
Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry!
Yeah, she took something from the scene of the crime. I don't see why that's an issue. Edgeworth?
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I wish you had killed yourself. This! I can't believe you hid this from me all this time.
I didn't mean to.
What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before.
I'm me.
Vertex Yowie Array, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Thank you. We're almost at 650, and hopefully almost at the end of this trial session. I know, right, Ezra? That card. What in the world is it? What does it mean? It's a Slowbro logo. Ba-da-nee-nee-nee-nee. Cliffhanger! I will go just far enough into... Oh, music's already started. I'll just leave the game on this scene while I go find somebody to raid into. I will drop the donate link again, just in case somebody wants to donate before we... Why am I having to reauthorize Stream Elements? Yeah, I've been using Stream Elements this entire stream. You're authorized to use my fucking Twitch account, man. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Alright. We could get past 650. We could get past 650 before the end of stream. We could. I'm an empty chair. Alright, let's see who's streaming what. You know what? Not too long ago, the Chapo guys did me a raid, did me a service, and so in return, I will scratch their back. Alright, very good. Well then, thank you so much viewers for tuning in to watch me stream Phoenix Wright Justice for All today. As always, I want to especially thank those of our viewers who were able to donate. Today's donors being Vertex Array, Kringus, Arbeat, Jenny Bodied, an unknown anonymous donor, Maddox Kent, and Claire. Thank you all so much. Can't do this job without you. You got us a lot closer to our goal, and for that, I am extremely grateful. I will be back tomorrow, noon Eastern Standard Time, stream more of this game. I imagine it may be the last day of the case, probably be the last day of the case, and I'll try to have things set up in case I need to fill more time after the case is over. Until then, I hope you guys enjoy the rated stream. I hope you guys continue to enjoy September, and I will see you tomorrow. So take care and have a lovely evening. Bye-bye now. The fuck is this? It's okay because it was on mute and it wasn't on screen. If people could